On this day.
In 1997, Christopher Wallace,
Chris.
Notorious B.I.G., gunned down as he left a party at Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles. He was dead on arrival at Cedars-Sinai Hospital. He was only 24 years old.
I understand that's a wonderful museum, by the way. Just a wonderful
That's
museum.
what you take from that is...
The Automotive Museum. Yeah, that's, yeah. Well, it was wonderful. That's why he was there. I'm ambivalent about that song. I am very ambivalent about that song.
You don't enjoy it even a little bit?
I like the way it sounds. I'm sort of ambivalent about its message.
You don't think more money, more problems, Bill? You don't think that rings true?
First of all, I don't say more money, more problems. I say more money, more problems, which I agree that may be true. But
I wouldn't mind having those problems.
I agree.
You say that until you have them, and then you see.
Also,
see, we don't understand because we're not wealthy rap people.
I suppose
have problems,
and we're still alive.
Yeah. Also, Bill, very ambivalent. I don't know if those two work together. Do they? If you're ambivalent, you're ambivalent. I see your
point. I see your point.
I'm extremely ambivalent about that song.
You're either ambivalent or you're not. Yeah, I think. I got you.
Okay,
yeah, that's
so. Where do we fall on the scorecard for this one then? Is there an ambivalent score?
No, there isn't. There isn't a right in the middle.
You only created the two.
I would. Yeah, I like the sound of the song, but I would say overall, no.
No.
Okay.
This one's in the no category. I know what we could have played that you, I know you would have weighed in on for the positive.
Okay, well, so what were the other options? I wasn't paying much attention of what else was there that we could. What's this? Oh,
what's this?
Dead or alive? Well, yeah.
This was on this day, Bill, in 1985. That song went to _1 on the UK singles chart.
Here I come.
Yeah. I've heard this song way too many times, I think. And poor Peter Burns.
Yes.
Not with us any longer. He was killed by plastic surgery.
Now, what if we had started with our other option today? What would Bill have said?
What was our other option? I forgot.
I was trying to say that so it was a surprise, but ABC.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Don't try to surprise Carrie.
I forgot about ABC. I put it out of my head completely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because we could have shot that poison arrow through your heart, Bill.
I like this song.
It couldn't be any more different from Biggie. Those were the options.
I understand, though, that what's his name in ABC? He also enjoys the Peterson Automotive Museum.
Martin Fry? It's Martin Fry's birthday.
Yes, he's also been to the Peterson Automotive Museum. He lived, though. He was. Nobody gunned him down in the parking lot.
Nobody's gunning down British pop alternative stars.
Although that's a novel, I'm right. You know, who's killing the pop stars of Britain?
There were people who said, "Look at that fool at the Peterson Automotive Museum," but nobody shot.
No.
I like this song.
Stupid.
Yeah,
it's a good song.
It is. So I guess on the list, Katie, you would have to put me for the opening number. I guess in the no category.
Unless it's too late to create an extremely ambivalent category.
Well, I haven't been ambivalent before, so perhaps about some opening songs. So maybe I guess we could put that. So there's yes, no, and ambivalent. It's like,
I think you need to commit. I think you need to commit. Either you like it or you don't.
Okay, I don't.
Okay.
I don't. Because I don't like what it represents.
Which is what?
The gangster life, excuse me, the gangster life. I'm not entitled to say the gangsta life. I don't,
Steph reminds us it's Jeffrey Osborne's birthday.
On the
today,
Wings
so
of
maybe
Love?
Could have went there. And I know which category this would have fallen
I
in.
love Jeffrey Osborne.
I'm sure that you're
Yeah, no, that would be a no. And Bad Brad Wheeler points out it's Oprah's birthday. What would we have played for that?
No. On the Wings of Love?
So, I don't know. Carrie probably can come up.
I don't know.
What would be an Oprah song? I don't know.
What would be an Oprah song?
Something that she and Gail could, sit and have a bowl of popcorn together with.
Well, we do have, as I do a search here, Oprah's Super Soul podcast.
Oh,
I
don't know
yeah.
if there's songs and
I don't think there's songs in there though.
No, I don't. Does she still do that podcast? I listened to it once and went, nope.
I'm surprised you
Not for me.
listen that much.
Well, I'd heard it was good, and I guess it's good for certain people, but not for me.
There we go. Jeffrey Osborne.
that was fun.
That's enough of that.
That is some prime farting around is what
Yeah.
that is. That is something that you cannot categorize other than
an elegant way of wasting time. It's farting around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, then we should have traffic right away.
Yeah,
here, right?
unfortunately.
It's snowing.
we
If
do.
you're just getting up and haven't looked out yet, or it's bad out there right now, and there's power
Yeah,
out
let's-
in Ogden, a lot of power out. And
yeah.
So, Little Cottonwood Canyon closed until 8 a.m. for avalanche control. I-15 Point of the Mountain, several crashes, slide-offs. If you're coming up from Utah County, you're going to be dealing with that. Really nasty accident up in Ogden. I-15 northbound is closed at 21st Street in Ogden. All vehicles must exit the freeway. This is due to a multi-vehicle crash. Very slick road conditions up there. Traction law in effect for all vehicles, not just semis, traveling through Parley's Canyon. That's I-80. If you don't have four-wheel drive, you're going to need to use chains. This is just getting to and from Park City. That tells me you ought not be driving there at all. Expect about 10-minute delays from Point of the Mountain into Draper, 7-minute delays from Draper to Midvale. Lots of water and snow out there. My daughter's school judge already has said they're going to do a late start this morning.
Wow. Okay.
Probably see that from some other schools too. So
It's that heavy wet stuff. It's
yeah.
Yeah, like the last storm was.
Yeah.
Stuff.
So be warned. All right.
Let's see. We'll have some. We'll sit here and have our Mill Creek coffee as we
Oh
go
yes,
to break.
thank you. I need that.
I enjoy. There's some things that money can't buy,
Mm-hmm.
and then for everything else, there's Mill Creek coffee.
You know what I say? Mill Creek coffee. It's too good for kids.
Don't waste it.
Don't waste it on the kids.
Yeah.
Too good for them. All right.
All right. Well, we'll go to break and come back and check in maybe with us. 877-602-9696. What are you doing this morning? What are you ambivalent about? Are you very ambivalent? Are you ambivalent about checking in? Is it snowing to your house? Huh? 877-602-9696 after we take a break. You want to open up the Batman
Do you want me to do this?
trading
Yeah,
cards?
do it.
And,
Do it. Come on, do it.
So this is from 1980 what?
It says 1989. This is from a classic pack of Batman movie. You know, the first, the Michael Keaton one, not the first Batman movie, but the Michael Keaton one.
The real Batman.
Well, yeah. From 1989. Adam West. But this is it's not valuable because it's the second series.
Okay.
And so they're selling these at the comic book store at Dr. Volt's for just like $2. But these are, I thought they were reproductions because that's the new thing now. For those of us who are still fishing for our nostalgia from our childhood, they're recreating things from our childhood in the exact way, like the Star Wars action figures and Mego action figures and all that. I thought this was a reproduction when I saw it on sale.
But really,
no,
it's original.
These are from 1989, Batman trading cards.
So
9 cards.
That gum is how
9
old?
cards, 1 sticker, and 1 stick bubble gum.
That gum is,
Do the math. Tell me how old this gum is.
1989, so 1990, that'd be 31 years old.
31-year-old gum.
Yeah.
Here we go.
You're not going to do... Oh. Really?
Right.
Now, it doesn't have that smell that gum... And
no,
it's gonna be as brittle as a piece of floor tile,
No, that is okay. So the first thing we get is a sticker.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sticker of the Joker. Now it's an artist's rendition of Nicholson as the Joker.
Okay.
So all right, so there's that. And the cards, some of them are art cards.
Oh.
Production
Cool.
art cards. They use.
Yeah.
To help frame the thing, and then the others are, Batman's public service. That there's, pictures of Jack Nicholson, and there's the Batmobile parked in the Bat Cave.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a trading card. So it's like the old trading cards. All right, so here we go.
Let's see.
Now show us the gum first before
see
you
it.
eat it. Does it have that white powder on it?
It used to. Let's see. Okay, so there's the gum.
Mm-hmm.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and you can see this at x96.com/live.
Now, is it the size of one of the cards? Oh, no, it's not.
It's like a stick of gum.
You want a comparison?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it was the gum in there was like the size of a card or just slightly smaller than the whole card.
That looks like a piece of Trident.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Here he goes.
All right, 30-year-old gum. Oh, God.
It crunched.
Crunchy.
I think it broke my teeth. Yeah, the chat room is saying this is a bad idea, and I'm starting to agree with them.
Yeah, don't eat it. Don't do any more of that. I'm just wondering if it still forms into gum.
It doesn't sound like gum.
It's not forming into gum.
It's just staying and crumbles on your...
It's staying in dry crumbles.
I think you should spit it out.
So like the soul leaves a body, the essence of the gum has left the gum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, spit it out.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's too
Now-
bad.
Now, someone said, this is awfully radio stunty of you guys. To which I say, well, that's what happens when the mayor doesn't call. So
We
Well,
fall
you could
back.
have had the mayor here.
we were hoping to put some information out, something, that could help you. But instead, I'm eating 30-year-old gum
I
because
would
the mayor
call
didn't
City
call.
Hall and blame blame the mayor.
So let her know that she's ruining our show
Mm-hmm.
by not showing up.
She could have been having important mayoral business.
Yes.
That's not our problem. Although
Wow.
she's now made it our problem.
right, it's 6:19. Let's get this over with.
Yes, and we will officially begin the program, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. You know, you can also check in by texting 33986, as this person did. I know Bill is an old white guy, but Christ, could he sound any more like an old white guy? I don't say money. I don't say mo money. I say more money. Sir or madam, you are absolutely correct. As an old white guy, I don't think it's appropriate for me to appropriate someone else's culture. It'd look pretty stupid if I went around saying mo money. You don't get it, do you? All right.
You can't win.
No, you can't. You can't.
Sure you can. You can win a $500 Visa gift card, courtesy of Broadway Media and Utah's Medicaid and CHIP program. You just go to x96.com and enter to win there.
Can you imagine the criticism I'd get if I went around and started talking like that? Jeez.
Yeah, please don't.
Yeah, and believe me, I won't. Because you know what? I'm an old white guy. I'm not going to talk like a gangster on the street. That's, yeah. Okay, the moon is 41.8% of full. It will rise today at 10:28 a.m. Today being Wednesday. It's the 9th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And this is Radio from Hell. It's the morning show that wants you to know we're trying to make the best of it in these latter days. We really are.
In these latter days.
Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred, you know, that old white guy. Gina Barberi right there. She's the young white woman, the lovely woman here on our show. Youngish, okay.
I'm a white woman of a certain age. How about
exactly. But there is a very young woman in our studio.
Yes.
It's Katie. She produces our show just with great finesse, and we have great admiration for her.
Actually, we're lousy with young women. We have Miriam and Cameron Diaz, all kinds of young women.
Yes, we do. So that's it. Let's go to check-ins if anybody's got a mind to do that.
Well, we've got a few check-ins here. Let's see. Hospital greeter here. Still don't know how y'all wake up this early daily.
We don't.
Also, people, COVID isn't over. Stop arguing over who says or doesn't say masks work or masks are still required in hospitals, no matter what you think. Thank you, Lord.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you're getting it. No, they said we didn't have to wear them anymore. Well, in a hospital, you have to wear them.
That's people checking in, 33986, texting. Again, you can call 877-602-9696.
Let's see. Gina, you're my hero.
Why?
I love the random interjection style contest plugs and sponsorships.
Just jamming them in there where I can.
This is from our, is that from the all-knowing suit? Is that from our consultant?
Is that your slogan? Gina Barberi, jamming it in there wherever I can. That should be your sign-off.
Okay.
Jamming
I'll
it in there.
write it down.
Wherever I can.
It's going in the book.
All right.
Teacher Emily checking in. Not a lot of snow here, but I'm nervous about to drive to school. Yes. That's nasty out there right now. Let's see. Ron the Carpenter is on board. Good morning.
Morning.
Hi, Ron.
Let's see. Longtime caller, first-time listener Adam here. Just wanted to remind people that when the roads are bad, you can take tracks in Front Runner and not have to deal with the traffic.
Oh, yeah.
Adam, thank you. That's a practical suggestion.
Oprah played I'm Every Woman as her theme for her TV show. When did she do that? I don't remember that.
I don't remember I'm Every Woman.
I think on her Daily Show way back when she started in Chicago.
Like from Chicago?
Yeah. Did she?
Like in the
do I recall she
days?
took over for Phil Donahue, sort of? Phil Donahue stopped and she started because he was from Chicago.
I think she was inspired by him. I don't know if it was an official takeover.
Yeah, I mean, not official, but it's like he kind of stopped doing it, and then there was Oprah.
Morning road report. It's either raining or snowing where you are. Darwinian rules are in effect. May the odds be ever in your favor.
Well, that's an interesting name. Daisha, long-time listener, first-time checker-inner. Well, thanks for doing it. Punk rock kitty cat checking in from the parking lot at work. Thanks for keeping my morning interesting.
Where do you work, punk rock kitty cat?
Someplace that has a parking lot. We know that much.
What sort of job does a
Perhaps
punk
she
rock
works in the
kitty have?
parking. Perhaps she works at the Peterson Automotive Museum, and she's in the parking lot there right now.
I
Pretty
wouldn't do
punk
that.
rock.
Let's see, Metal Shop Mark, snowing hard in Tooele. This is a new listener
Why?
texting us. Good morning, happy hump day.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
no.
we don't do that.
No.
We don't do that.
We don't use.
Maybe
the
that's our
term.
new consultant.
Maybe.
Perhaps. How come you guys don't say hump day? You know, if you're a morning show,
Wednesday.
People, I hear them say that over on KSL.
Hump day?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very
It's hump
occasionally.
day.
Yeah, it's
Hump
hump
day,
day
man.
today. And they don't. If they'd stop for a moment, the reason people started saying that was because it had naughty implications. Mm-hmm. Am I right?
Yep.
It's not that you're getting over the hump of the week
Well,
and
there's-
sliding down into the weekend.
Gina, phrases and words can mean more than one thing. Yes, it did mean that you're getting over the hump of the, but it was also kind of cool to say that or funny to say that because it had another
You see,
implication.
that's what we call a double entendre.
Perfectly put, Kerry Jackson. Perfectly.
And humor is a lot more funny when you slice it up like that.
Yeah, if you could remember that, Gina, and work on it, you'd be funnier.
Let me make another note here.
Let's see. Crafty Lindsay trying to drag her ass out of bed. Chef Roy checking in, drive in from Mill Creek. No starting to stick until about 13th East, and then it was wet and rainy.
That's a sad check-in. I'm just a high school student, up this early so I can make school. Don't say I'm just a high school student.
You own that.
Be proud. Be proud to be a high school student.
You're late for school.
I think you're still good. I don't think you're late. It's only.
But hurry.
It's not even 6:30 yet. My daughter she just poked her head in here, and I said, "What are you doing up? Your school
still
doesn't
sick?
start till." She's feeling better today, but her school isn't starting till like 9:30 today. I'm like, "What are you doing up?" She's like, "Well, I'm gonna make good use of my time." She's ridiculous.
Yeah, she
Well,
is.
how is she going to make good use of her time? She's going to take a long bath?
No,
What do you
like
mean?
she's gonna do homework and laundry and.
Well, good for her.
I don't know how many kids, when given the opportunity to sleep in on a school day, still get up.
Nerds.
Yeah, she's a nerd.
nerd-
She's
the nerd
for sure a
kids.
nerd.
Trucker Landon checking in, must be headed up north. He says, I just got past the closure on 21st Street. Clear skies at Willard Bay, but still slick roads. Librarian says, in COVID times, every day is Blarg's Day. Yes.
Blarg's Day.
Yes. And also a thank you so much for not saying Hump Day.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Spanky checking in. Everybody texting checking in, no calls checking in.
Maybe because of the weather.
It's probably for the better, yeah. Let's see. This makes me happy, especially since my grades are doing so well. Almost straight A's. That must have been the high school kid, yeah?
Excellent.
Wait a minute. That's Gina's daughter, it says here.
Is that right?
Jonesy.
Jonesy? Okay.
Yeah.
Traffic, Gina, please. It sounds like we need it.
Yeah, so snow's coming down fast. Big Cottonwood Canyon changed four-wheel drive required there. Little Cottonwood Canyon's closed until 8 a.m. due to avalanche mitigation. Provo Canyon snow-packed and very slick. Looks like it's tapering off a little bit in South Jordan, Draper, Riverton, but roads are still really messy there. Mountain View Corridor's got quite a bit of snow on it. 134 South snow continues to fall there. And yeah, like that friend of the program said, bad accident. I-15 northbound is closed completely. 21st Street in Ogden. All vehicles have to exit the freeway. This is due to a multi-vehicle crash on slick roads.
I heard they might have to land a helicopter there.
Yeah, there's injuries and it's going to be a mess for a while. Traction laws in effect for all vehicles, not just semis, traveling through Parley's Canyon. If you don't have four-wheel drive, you'll need to use chains to get to and from Park City. That tells me you just shouldn't be trying to get to and from Park City, at least not at this juncture of the morning. Now, the snow's going to be tapering off this morning. This isn't going to go on all day, but for right now, it's caused some messy roads. That's traffic.
All right, thank you.
Gina, I just I just got a note from our new consultant.
Yeah.
He said, would you please try to find another word other than mitigation, but make it
What's wrong with
simpler. Make it simpler for the audience.
Dumb it down.
Mitigation's kind of a
Trying
big
to
word.
make it so it doesn't happen.
No.
No, I'll think on that one.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me cogitate about that, and I'll
Now
come up with
she's
another.
doing it again.
Yeah, don't
word.
do that. That means
All right.
think.
We will take a break. We'll be back. We got things that must go coming up in the next break, along with some stuff you probably ought to know on the way. BigOTires.com.
Locally owned and operated, and you probably ought to have your winter tires from Big O Tires on your car right now.
I'm betting you're wishing that you had them. Why didn't I listen to them yesterday, you're saying to yourself?
If take the morning off and go to Big O Tires and they're locally owned and operated, and I'll bet there's one in your neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
If you go to Big O Tires right now, they are the team you trust, and you can get a deal on some tires, $100 instantly. Save $100 instantly on select in-stock sets of Cooper, Nitto, and Pirelli brand tires through March 27th.
That's not just tires they do. They'll do brakes, alignments, batteries, fluid, oil changes. Carrie always likes to remind you to get your new wiper blades.
And this morning, you wish you had new wiper blades. You're like driving on bald tires with bad wiper blades, and you're like, I wish I would have listened to those guys yesterday.
Big O Tires, they have online appointment scheduling, so go to their website, BigOTires.com. They are the team you trust.
When radio from...
Now, I saw this story today, and
Is that the one I was going to mention earlier?
the headline is, Creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle, but this is
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
this is the Labradoodle specifically. I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles!
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba and Nome. His name is Leo because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I want to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No,
You don't like the doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a
I'm
racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died. See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him. And he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
one.
I like little dogs.
Yeah.
Playing God, though.
Yep.
All right, let's see. It's 6:36. We got things that must go coming up here in about 6 or 7 minutes. So what do you have?
Well, I saw this morning, and it made me think. I have not seen. I was thinking this the other day. Amy Schumer. Have not seen Amy Schumer in a while. And
You know who has seen Amy Schumer,
I was
Bill?
wondering why.
You know who has? Nurses have seen Amy Schumer.
She been ill?
Well, she has had babies and plastic surgery after baby. And
so is there a demand? There must be a demand for nurses.
Yeah, because Amy has needed them in many instances. So if you'd like to be Amy Schumer's nurse, or just other regular people, Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming summer semester. Visit them at nightingale.edu.
Well, as people say, anywho, Amy Schumer, I didn't know she was 40 years old. She is going to host the 94th Annual Academy Awards on March 27th with Wanda Sykes and Regina Hall. And Amy Schumer, speaking with the wonderful reporters on Extra, joked that she will probably get into trouble on the Academy Awards broadcast. Quote, "I'm going to try to get myself in some trouble, as per usual," she said. Wanda, Regina are hilarious, and we are just going to have a blast. We are having a blast preparing already. I mean, I don't know who made the decision to let me personally be a host, but it's not a good decision, she said, because I will burn all of my bridges. I will burn every single one of them. Okay. She just don't give a care, I guess, and she's going to go for it, she says.
I enjoyed her cooking show.
Oh, I did.
She's got a new...
I didn't even know she did one.
Yeah.
It was like a pandemic,
It was during the pandemic. They set up cameras in her house. Her and her husband and her baby ran off to their cabin in the woods. And it was, the joke was that he's a chef, and he's trying to teach her how to cook.
Ben Falcone.
Yes.
No, his name is.
No. That's Melissa McCarthy's husband.
McCarthy's.
Oh.
You're getting your funny ladies mixed up, Bill.
because I don't like Ben Falcone. He's kind of the talentless half of that duo, right? So Amy Schumer's husband. Oh,
he's a chef.
He's a chef.
A chef, okay. Well, I'm sorry I missed that. There is a report. You know why I missed it? Well, not why I missed it, but probably why over 4 million people missed it. apparently 4 million people or more have canceled their cable TV packages. I think it's because people are going more and more to Roku, Google TV, Apple TV.
Or you just need...
I got a Google TV device, and it's very simple. You just plug it into your TV, and it comes with a remote. I almost never watch anything on my cable channels anymore.
And then that's where 90% of my stuff comes through my cable box, even my other stuff, because you say to your cable box, Netflix.
But you can have a smart... So my TV up at the farm, we don't have cable up there. It's just a smart TV, and I have Netflix and Hulu and HBO Max and... the only thing we can't get is like local news and some sporting things.
Yeah, and if you get the Google TV thing, what it is essentially, it just aggregates all of your streaming services, and and so it's easy to go to any one of them all. There's a little remote. The Google TV now has a little remote that you can talk into, like your Xfinity remote, and there's a button on it that says Netflix. So they got a deal.
Now, Gina, I might be wrong about this, but I think that if you download the Pluto TV app, I think that it has local channels on it.
One of them does.
One of them does. It might be Pluto or a different one that I'm thinking of.
Knows,
I have YouTube TV, and that has local channels, local news, sports, and things like that. And so, and you can split that between your family. So, and my family's all under one thing, but that's the only way we have like TV.
If Bill Frost is listening, he can text me right away.
McDonald's, Starbucks, Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, General Electric. Global brands, all of them have announced that they are suspending their business in Russia in response to the country's invasion of Ukraine. And that was just absolutely enough for Vladimir Putin. That was the last straw. He gave some speech, I believe, yesterday, kind of deranged and hinting at nuclear war. So I'm urging McDonald's, PepsiCo, and GE, please, Starbucks, please open up again in Russia, please, to keep this madman from going just off the edge. Putin has no interest in de-escalation. That's according to several foreign affairs experts. He's reckless, and he's behaving in a reckless manner, and people who watch this thing are worried about that. They say he's not the Putin of a few years ago. He's a different guy. According to the International Atomic Energy Agency, there's an urgent need for personnel support to replace the 210-member staff at Chernobyl. The staff at Chernobyl is there to kind of monitor and make sure that there are no radiation leaks and to keep people off the premises and that sort of thing. Well, they've all had to hightail it out of there because the Russians have moved in, and the International Atomic Energy Agency is very worried about that. Putin has mentioned 3 times in the recent weeks that he is, they say he's may be serious about the threat of nuclear war.
He's just crazy enough to do it.
That's kind of what... And this has finally got Republicans. In the final years of Donald Trump's presidency, Republicans... I'm sorry to get political here, forgive me. Republicans portrayed Ukraine as an Eastern European Wild West run by a nefarious president and unlawful oligarchs and unlawful politicians. The Republicans said that, Ukraine was a bad actor that sought to tamper in American elections. Ukraine tried to channel millions of dollars to Joseph Biden's son. We're talking about Ukraine, thundered Representative Jim Jordan, a representative Republican from Ohio. He described the country as one of the 3 most corrupt countries on the planet. Well, those Republicans who were doing that, they've done a 180 on this. We need to help Ukraine, those poor people.
The polling says otherwise.
Let's talk a little bit about COVID. And we have Dr. Cobble coming.
Now, see, there you go, being even more political with the COVID.
This is not meant to be political, although I would say that red states and blue states have different COVID numbers.
Yes, they do.
Let me remind you, Dr. Cobble will be on today, and he can talk about this a little bit more and answer your questions. This is a New York Times article. Daily life in red and blue America has continued to be quite different over the past few months. It's a reflection of the partisan divide, the political divide over COVID-19. In the country's most liberal cities, many people are still avoiding restaurants. The number of seated diners last month was at least 40% below pre-pandemic levels in New York, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Portland, Oregon, and Cambridge, Massachusetts. That's according to Open Table, who keeps those kinds of statistics. By contrast, the number of diners has fully recovered in Las Vegas, Miami, Nashville, Phoenix, Charlotte, North Carolina, Austin, Texas, as well as in Oklahoma, Nebraska, and New Hampshire. Residents of liberal cities like New York and Washington and San Jose are still spending significantly more time at home and less at the office than before the pandemic began, according to Opportunity Insights, a Harvard-based research group. I think you can tell what side of the political divide we're on simply by the fact that Carrie, Gina, and I are still broadcasting from our homes. During the
snowflakes. We're snowflakes, obviously.
That's right.
We're precious little fragile snowflakes at home.
Elfie snowflake.
I haven't had COVID. Have you had COVID?
I haven't been sick in 3 years.
Bill,
all right?
you COVID?
No. A clear reminder, though, the COVID-19 pandemic is not over here in Utah came yesterday when we reported 24 additional deaths from COVID in Utah. While 10 of the deaths occurred before February 8th, the remaining total is larger than has recently been reported following the end of the Omicron surge. How much time do we have here, Carrie?
Probably ought to wrap.
Let me do one more quick story. Gina, you'll really like this story.
Okay.
In Wales, a man found a mystery box inside of a wall. And it was carved onto this wooden box the words, "Do not release."
Well,
this terrifying discovery was found behind a wall in the attic. It was part of a renovation project which the man had been working on, and he was recording on the social networking platform TikTok about his renovation. He made a chilling discovery behind a bricked-up wall in his attic. He discovered this locked wooden box. It had a lock on it, and it had a pentagram carved on one side and the words, "Do not release" in Welsh.
Okay, seems pretty clear to me. You leave that box alone.
Well, he found behind a mirror during the renovation a key. And the key fit the lock on somebody made this up.
Yes, this
guy made this whole thing up.
Okay.
This is all for clicks, and we're falling for it.
There's no monster. Well, it's an interesting story. There's no monster in the box, I don't think.
Not when you can see. Demons are invisible, Bill. Come on.
Are they?
Sure.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah. Never seen
There's one behind you right now.
Oh, yeah? Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Aaron Rodgers has finally made a decision about his playing future, and he is staying put at Green Bay. Well, I guess I'll stay here if you give me $250 million, he said. I guess I'll stay.
The largest amount of money ever paid to a football player.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and he's crazy, so there's lots of crazy to go around. Jazz playing a home game tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Weather. So the snow, it'll be tapering off today. It's not going to snow all day today into tonight, but it is causing major issues this morning. Road closure, I-15 northbound at 21st Street in Ogden. 9-car crash with injuries. Traffic being diverted off at 21st. Crews are estimating lanes will probably open in about a half an hour. There are still slick conditions in that area. Snow continues to move south through Utah County. Roads are slushy. Some are snow covered. Road conditions on I-80 through Parley's Canyon are not good. Chains or four-wheel drive required for all vehicles going east toward Park City. There are several slide-offs in Parley's Canyon. Some roads are just wet, but visibility is still reduced. Spray's kicking up from tires, so slow down your speeds. Leave plenty of room between you and the vehicle in front of you. If you parked out on the street last night and your car's covered in snow, make sure you brush that off, not just your windshield, but off the top of your car. Because when you're driving, that flies off into other people's faces, and that's dangerous, too. So do what you can to, be part of the solution is what I like to say. Don't be part of the problem. That's traffic.
All right. Things that must go now, brought to you by.
For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name is changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Oh, brother, these are things that you can't stand. They're things that are bugging you so bad, you say to yourself, these things must go, must leave my life. And so finally you get to the end of your rope on this, and you say, I'm going to contact Radio from Hell, tell them what I think must go, and maybe if they read it on the air, it'll make me feel better, and maybe these things will disappear from my life. Carrie, you're sort of leaning in. Why don't you go first?
Oh, I was just getting comfortable. Okay, I can go. Let's see. First, a couple from the tip of Mount Doom here. When you're wearing chapstick, and then you get a dog hair that sticks to your lip, but it's so fine a dog hair that you can't pick it off. It just
that's right. You can feel it, but you can't. Yeah,
I hate that. And then when deliveries happen outside your delivery window, it's bad enough you're saying it'll be there between 2 and 6.
Mm-hmm.
That's bad enough. But calling me at 5:30 and saying I'm going to be late, that does not give you an on-time delivery. I'm sorry. And then to make matters worse, you arrive at 6:25. I mean, let's try to figure out a better system, shall we? So there's that. Let's see, this one let's see if we can say who the name is. I'm not given permission, so I'm not going to say who this is from. Happy 30th, Tax 96. Higher praises to you. As though I've been listening even longer, I was introduced somewhere in the 88-89 school year, and I've been listening ever since. Just a couple of quick things that need to be gone. Putin, for obvious reasons. Citizens United, since it allows all politicians to be sold to the highest bidder. The two-party system forcing us to fight over increasingly polarized candidates. We really need ranked choice voting. Voting restrictions. Don't say gay laws. For-profit health care, fossil fuels, COVID, Mike Lee, late-stage collapse of capitalism, book bans, crap, I'm spiraling, quick, help, make it go away, white supremacy, climate change, Trump, U.S. defense spending. I could go on, but I know most of this is beyond even your abilities to help, so I'll just click send and curl in the fetal position and listen to Disintegration by The Cure.
Oh, that's a good choice.
Let's see, I'll go next. A couple of my own. AC/DC is coming out with their own beer. It's beer for those who are about to rock.
Well, we salute you if that's what you're about to do.
I think that's... And then also a thing that must go is there are only a few people who do this, but it's jarring every time I hear it. Rather than saying Vladimir Putin, they say Putin.
Putin?
Well, Vladimir Putin. You know what Putin's doing, don't you? I hear commentators doing it. Putin. No, don't. It's Putin. Okay?
If anything, it's poutine.
This one says, what must go is the oversensitive coworker who, when they seem confused and you ask them if they have been drinking, are offended and say they don't drink because they're Mormon. Well, so am I. Chill out. It's called a sense of humor. Thanks for letting me listen. This one says, hello, lords and milady. Things that must go, people saying things like, because of God, I was saved from blank. Or, because of my faith, I am no longer sick. Or, because of the power of the priesthood, I was able to save my injured child from death, etc., etc., etc. Don't say that. many people of any faith don't always get saved by God or prayers. It's super offensive.
I guess you didn't pray hard enough because your family member got really sick and died. You didn't pray hard enough.
I think if people really believe that, then they are entitled to say it. If they believe that their child was saved by God, or God intervened.
Why do you have to say it? You can believe it without saying it. Because there are plenty of people of faith that really have a strong faith, and they still have, and they pray for a different outcome, and it doesn't happen, and it is hurtful.
What? Well, let's not argue religion right now, shall we?
No one wins.
And then finally this, and this is much more important than that: ticket scalpers. Oh. Every worthless bottom-feeding one of them must go.
Amen.
From Johnny Juicy Fruit. All right, that's it.
Johnny Juicy Fruit, thank you.
First one is mine. In the media, when there's a story and someone is commenting on it, and they say, so-and-so is breaking their silence about this. Now, unless there have been like several weeks of like paparazzi following them and them holding up their hand going, no comment, no comment, and then finally they decide to comment, then you can say breaking their silence. But if something just happened and then somebody comments on it, that is not breaking your silence. Stop using it that way.
Yes.
This from Please Don't Use My Name. The U.S. substandard maternity/paternity policies. I had a generous 12 weeks of leave, and even then I had such a struggle going back to work. Looking into childcare recently, we had to switch to a daycare. I found out they take kids as early as 4 weeks old.
Oh, my hell.
That's horrible. It makes me want to cry every time I think about those moms. Pumping is another thing that must go. It just sucks. Oh, yeah, it's awful.
It does literally suck.
It literally sucks. And while I'm at it, dads need time off too. No, it's not a free break when they didn't do the work of the birth of the human. It's that there are human needs and support. I'm still wondering how I managed to feed myself those first couple of weeks of new parenting. Yeah. Thanks for letting me listen. Geek Show says, hey, Jeannie, you haven't ruined the show. That's things that must go.
Thank you.
Things that must go on the radio.
Traffic, please.
Snow continues to move south through Utah County. Roads are slushy. Some are snow-covered. Road conditions on I-80 through Parley's Canyon, not good. Several slide-offs there. Chains or four-wheel drive required for all vehicles, not just semis, going east toward Park City. We've got snow-covered roads, but some of them are just wet, and that spray's kicking up from tires. Slow down your speeds and leave plenty of room between you and the vehicle in front of you. Snow coming down fast in Big Cottonwood Canyon. Chains, four-wheel drive required. Little Cottonwood Canyon is closed. They don't want avalanches to happen, so they're sending off explosions to make sure avalanches don't happen. Provo Canyon, snow-packed, very slick. Use caution through that area. Mountain View Corridor, messy roads there as well. And that earlier accident, northbound I-15, 21st Street in Ogden, 9-car crash. Wow. Sent some people to the hospital. I haven't seen yet whether that's reopened or not, but I would avoid that area near 21st Street, northbound I-15 for a while. Yes. That's traffic.
All right. We will take a break. We'll be back. We got Boners Round 1 coming up in the next hour. Also, Dr. Cobb will be here to answer your questions about the vaccine and COVID and masks and all of that stuff. All coming up on the way. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES vision.com.
It is time to, I know it seems it's winter, the dead of winter, but it's really not. It's time to plan for warmer days. So all you need to do to make sure that your vision is ready for springtime is go to Hoops Vision. It is life-changing when you do this, right, Carrie?
Oh, it really is. I mean, I think about all the time and money wasted on contacts and eyeglasses and all that, the fluid.
Yes. So Hoops Vision has been Utah's trusted LASIK provider since the year 2000. So that, if I do the math right, that's 22 years.
Oh, my, yes.
So outdoor living in Utah is much sweeter without the hassle of glasses or contacts. So ask for the Spring in Your Step special, $800 off LASIK or PRK. That's $400 off per eye. Call and make your no-obligation appointment, your free appointment, 877-30-LASIK.
Schumer. You've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the Radio from Hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
All right, punch in the code.
We should change that message.
Yeah, tell it what we want to do. It'll rewind and play back our
anybody's
messages.
called me.
All right, let's see.
Oh, there's one.
Hello, Bill. It's me, your mother.
My mom.
Now,
Hi, Mom.
you know that I don't mind you staying here at the house with me and your father,
Thanks,
but
Mom.
you've got to stop hiding the cat.
What?
Bill, if you're there, you'd better pick up. Bill?
Are you hiding?
Where did you put that damn cat? You little bastard, where did you hide my cat?
Would you give her back her cat?
Carrie, this is Bill. And because you refuse to talk with any of your family or friends about this,
don't
they've
listen to
asked
this one.
me to be their spokesman.
Well,
and because you won't talk to me about it face to face, I'll do it here on the answering
What?
machine.
I forgot
Carrie,
this.
please, don't have the surgery.
Oh, come on.
Think about it. We're not talking about something that's temporary. This is major surgery.
Don't
Once
do
you
it.
have this done, you can't go back to the way you were.
This is
It's
nobody's
forever.
business
Please,
but mine.
If you
all
won't
right?
listen to us, please talk to your therapist about it.
I already
do
Don't
have.
have the surgery.
Would you just
Bye.
look? This is
I'm
none of you
sorry
guys.
that was on the air, but
None of you guys' business.
Hello?
hey, it's my dad.
Bill? It's me,
That's Warren.
Warren.
Yes.
I'm your father.
Father. Yeah.
Now, I know I don't talk very much, but I'd like to say that I'm really grateful that you've done something with your mother's
Cat.
I really don't care for that
Cat. He doesn't like the
It's
cat.
always trying to sleep on my face and suck my breath out.
That's true, actually.
What he's eating there. Jeez.
Hello, this is Dr. Stevenson's office calling for Carrie Jackson.
Oh.
Mr. Jackson, I called to tell you that OR has been scheduled for your surgery.
Oh, good.
The operation will be January 23rd. That's a Monday.
Hey,
come on,
Report to
Carrie.
hospital check-in at 12 noon.
12 noon.
Surgery is scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Your estimated hospital recovery time will be about a week,
You're a
depending on
dope.
how fast you
Hey,
heal.
shut up,
If you
all
have any
right?
questions, please call us
You're
here
a
at the
dope
doctor's
to do
office.
it.
This is
Thank you.
nobody's business but mine.
You're a
all
dope to
right?
do it.
Hello, Mr. Allred. This is Bob Appleby, head of product research and development for the Loveco Cosmetics Company.
Are you selling
We'd
cos-
like to thank you for the donation of the fine cat. Thanks to you and your generosity, we'll be able to test a new line of mascara that will at last be safe and non-toxic on human eyes.
You gave the cat?
As a token of our appreciation, we're sending you a year's
What?
supply of Loveco lipsticks in assorted colors and flavors.
You gave
Thanks again for your support.
your mother's
A
cat?
year's supply of lipstick. Cool. That's great.
Carrie, hi, this is Miss Miller, your psychiatrist.
Oh.
You missed your appointment yesterday, so
I
I
know.
wanted to call you and tell you I think you're making a big mistake.
Told you.
Do
Look.
not go through with the surgery.
Look.
Told ya.
I know your hero is Captain Kirk. I know how much you admire Captain Kirk. But for the love of God, having plastic surgery to make you look like Captain Kirk is psychotic.
Told ya.
Don't have the surgery.
Told ya.
You-
Call me at the office as soon as you get this. Thanks.
You people say...
She's a paid professional.
That's all the messages.
I don't think we should do this again.
I think you're right.
For very
It's 7:05.
Now, I have this list here that we could do of 20 simple sauces that are guaranteed to improve any meal. And I've been so no?
Well,
Gina, you're shaking your head.
I had started a list yesterday that we said we'd finish today.
I thought
we're kind of mid-list here.
Okay, well, I'll hold on to this.
Okay. Well, all right. So your list, Gina. Let me just give you this first.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, we started this list yesterday. It's a list of nice things that people do that actually are really irritating.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't do them. They look nice on the surface, but if you take a second and think about it.
People love a good list like that. I think they would also love sauce recipes that'll transform any meal, but I'll hang on to that. I'll save that.
We're saving that for
timeless.
sweets.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay.
Okay, nice things people do that are actually irritating. Telling people not to worry. We're all guilty of saying this.
Yeah.
And you think it's comforting. Just don't worry about it.
Gina, don't worry. I don't say that.
You say that
don't
to me
worry, I don't say it.
all of the time.
Don't worry, I don't say
all of the time. It's dismissive. It's invalidating. Because some things.
If I wanted to be dismissive, I'd just say, get away from me.
Don't say it.
Okay.
Persisting in romantic encounters when it's obviously not working. Now, in the movies, you think, oh, he just kept trying and kept trying, and finally, and then they were happily ever after.
All I need is one big show of, some big stunt or something, some big thing.
It's
May
actually
I? No means no.
Yeah. It's actually pretty offensive, and if you're told to back off and you don't, that's not romantic. It's weird and creepy and stalkery. Usually, and this goes both ways. Women do it and men do it. If someone has made it clear that they're not interested, don't think, like Carrie said, some big gesture is going to change their mind. No.
Now, on the other hand, Gina, if a woman wanted to do that to me, I'd be all for it. And I wasn't.
No matter who she was?
In the past, it was, in the past. Now I'm happily married, but in the past, I'd be all for that.
Any woman.
I hired a plane to pull a sign behind it that says, "You belong to me."
Yeah. Creepy.
Yeah.
Creepy. Let's see. Giving someone a bunch of your old clothes. Now, if they have asked for them, this happens a lot with kids. Your kids outgrow something, and you think, I know somebody that has a kid smaller than my kid. I'm going to give them these old clothes. Now, if they've asked, hey, if you have anything, I'd love it. But just dumping your old clothes on somebody's porch.
Is there anything wrong with saying, calling somebody and saying, look, listen, I'm about to get rid of some clothes that my kid does, and it's in great shape, and they just don't wear it anymore. And you have kids that are about the same age, or would you like them?
I think that's okay.
Okay,
but just showing up with, here's my stuff I don't want anymore. You deal with it. That's not.
The word foist comes to mind. You can't foist this upon people.
Proselytizing.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's skip.
Nice.
Let's skip over that because.
It sounds nice. I care about your eternal soul. I'm just trying to help. Now, if somebody asks, hey,
I'm worried about my eternal soul.
Yes, I'd like to know more.
Or maybe you look at somebody and go, you seem to really have it all together. You're happy and you look like, what's your secret? Maybe then you can break out with,
Old Forester.
But just offering it up without it being asked, not so much. Touching somebody on the lower back as you're walking past, like say you need to get around somebody, and you put your hand on their back, kind of to let them know, like, oh, excuse me, generally don't touch people. It's you may think you're being kind, like I'm just letting you know I'm here as I'm going around you.
I think I do that occasionally. It's like if it's a crowded situation and,
just say, excuse me.
Try using, busy restaurant kitchen protocols and say, behind you.
On your left.
Hot plate.
Forcing someone to go out. This has happened to me.
Because
mostly I don't like to go out.
You mean go out of the
Come
house?
on. Yeah, well, or just go out. Come on, we're going to go do this fun thing. I don't know. Please don't make me go. Because then I'm going to go with you, and I'm going to be miserable, and you're not going to have a good time anyway, because I didn't want to go in the first place.
If I had that damn attitude, I'd never be asked to go anywhere.
People have to force you? That's the only way?
Yeah.
Completing tasks for someone without telling them. This says, while this can sometimes be a nice surprise, ranging in locations from the kitchen to the workplace, it's most often the case that the person whose task it was originally has a plan and a specific way to complete it, and now you've taken that away from them. And they might feel, it's like, oh, I loaded the dishwasher for you. Great, but you did it wrong, and you...
Tough. I was going to get to that. Yeah, sure.
These are all very specific. Telling curly-haired people you like their straight hair better. Katie, do you get that a lot?
Oh, yeah. Because she's either very curly or very straight.
Yeah, I like your... Oh, is that natural? Yeah, well, I like it straight better. Well, that sucks for you.
And it takes time. Straightening curly hair is an investment in time that you don't always
have. And then you get weather like this, where you go walking from your house to your car in the snow, that's all wet, and then it starts to curl again. So what's the point?
Now, this one I don't get. Lying about liking something. If someone gives you something or asks you to do something with them and you lie about liking it, you're not only setting yourself up for more of what you don't like, but it's also not fair to the other person who's probably trying to foster a genuine connection. I guess I understand that.
You really should not do that.
You want to go with me on a hike? Sure, I love hiking. I don't really love hiking.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, just
and then you're going to ask me every weekend if you want to go on a hike. And
exactly.
I've already committed that I like hiking, and now I have to go.
Exactly.
Not correcting someone.
Not correcting someone.
If they're using a word repeatedly incorrectly, it's not nice to let them continue to say it wrong. The kind thing to do is to correct them.
I think you should mind your own damn business.
See, I feel weird about correcting people, because I know it's nuclear, but I know so many people that say nuclear.
Yeah,
and I won't correct them.
Yeah.
It bugs me, but I won't do it.
I won't either.
Yeah.
A couple more quick ones. Telling a woman she's different from other women. It seems like a compliment on the service, but now she has to figure out, well, what makes me different? What do you think about other women, and why am I different? And what is the different thing? I don't know how I feel about that. Let's see. Leading someone to believe that you like them because you don't want to hurt their feelings.
Well, I do that with you.
But like romantically. I just don't want to. I guess I'll go out with them again. I just don't want to hurt their feelings. Well, if it's really not working, the kind thing to do is to just not.
Now, do we have more on this list? Because this is
that's
that pretty much it?
Yeah.
Thank God.
Okay. Well, then let's finish this out by people calling you out as far as this list goes, Gina. Saying that you like something when you really don't. Does that include buying a bike when you're dating somebody? Didn't you buy a bike while you were
I don't remember this
dating
story.
Joe?
No. Oh, Joe bought me a bike that I loved.
Exactly.
You did. See, you should have told him.
Let's go to Moab for the weekend. That sounds fun.
You should have said. You should have said no.
I was trying to keep him interested.
I don't know who you think you're wooing, but it's a different person than I am. And you
We
seem
hope
married
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
There you go. Traffic, please.
Northbound I-15 at 21st Street in Ogden is now open due to that earlier multi-car accident. It's going to take some time for the delays to clear out, though, still, so that could still be a problem for you. Crash northbound I-15 approaching University Parkway exit in Orem. The cars are blocking the HOV lane and left shoulder. Roads are slick and visibility is reduced, so make sure you slow down through there. Fog, and on top of everything else, we have fog now at Point of the Mountain in Utah, Salt Lake County border. It's reducing visibility and roads. They look like they're just wet there, not really snowpacked, but that can cause its own issues. And people are already lining up to go up skiing. Now, they're not opening Little Cottonwood Canyon until 8 o'clock, but the lines are forming already. So hello to you powder hounds waiting to get up the mountain there. And if you see something, sure, you can text us. Today's a day when that's there's more accidents than we can talk about, but you certainly can send us something if you see it. 33986.
All right, bonus round one coming up here, the candidate you'll consider. Number one, well, we don't care what you look like either. Number two, lie back and enjoy it.
Oh, wow.
Candidate,
that's a good one.
Boner candidate number three, early retirement? You bet. Take early retirement.
All right, boners round one coming up after these. Stand by. Brooklinen.com. That's go to brooklinen.com. Use the promo code X96. You will get $20 off your purchase of $100 or more. Now, here's the thing with weather like it is outside this morning, and you're thinking to yourself, I just want to stay home. I don't want to go anywhere. And maybe you have that. Wouldn't it be great to be in between those Brooklinen sheets right now? And then when you get up, slipping into some of that Brooklinen loungewear, you know, softest T-shirts, tank tops, sweatshirts, joggers, other essential basics, or, you know, getting in the bath and then getting out and wrapping yourself up in your Brooklinen bathrobe. Oh, that's what this weather makes me want to do. And you can do it as well. So go to brooklinen.com, BROOKLINEN.com. Enter the promo code X96 for $20 off of your purchase today. Get comfortable, get it for less, stay inside and stay warm with Brooklinen. And if you need an extra nudge, check out their 5-star reviews. They have over 100,000 of them. Yeah, you heard that right, over 100,000 5-star reviews. Brooklinen.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our beloved missionaries knocking on the door of a sand crawler on Tatooine.
Man, this thing is huge! Who ever heard of a camper being 100 feet long and nearly 60 feet tall?
Well, it's not really a camper. It's more like a mobile home. An entire tribe of Jawas call this sand crawler their home.
Well, I guess we better introduce ourselves before they decide to move on.
Hi there. I'm Elder Chris Jansen, and this is Elder Jensen. Hi. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to know more about it.
Lehigh, I think my universal translator in my name badge is broken. Could you tell me what the little guy said?
Well, I didn't understand him either. Oh, no, our translators must not be programmed for Jawa. Now we'll never be able to bring them our message of salvation.
Excuse me, sir. Perhaps I could be of some assistance.
And I suppose that you speak Jawa.
I am a protocol droid, programmed in over 3 million forms of communication.
And I suppose that one of those over 3 million forms of communication is Jawa?
Oh, Jawa's like a second language to me. You be quiet, R2. I do speak Jawa like a native.
Well, then, if you wouldn't mind, could you tell us what they're saying? Talk to them.
Utna Bak Chala Elders? He says that they want your hyperbikes.
Well, you tell him that we need them to do our missionary work and that we would really need to be going soon, too.
Kala Chuk Nakda Zula Tem. Elders Lokta Nimboshan. Oh my.
What did he say?
He says that they will join your church in exchange for the hyperbikes, and they want to keep your name badges too.
They want eternal salvation and our hyperbikes?
Cool. They get our bikes and we get our first converts. What a deal. I mean, there must be 2, maybe 300 Jawas on board this piece of junk. I mean, we could convert them all.
Butch, those hyperbikes don't belong to us. They belong to the church.
And so will the Jawas after we baptize them.
Could this be it? Converts for Elders Christiansen and Jensen at last? Would the church frown on bartering for membership? And how many Jawas can you convert for a pair of Mark 32 hyperbikes with custom fender flares and luggage racks? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... No, and that is final. Now, Mr. 3PO, if you would just kindly ask the Jawas to give back our name badges, we'll be on our way.
Well, all right. What if I give them my luggage rack and fender flares and we just baptize, a couple of them?
No! That is your big problem, Butch. You always try to do things the easy way.
Oh, yeah? Well, listen to this. I've been letting you win at Scripture Chase.
On the next growth-stunting episode of Space Elders!
Okay, 7:22. It is time now for round 1 of your boners. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, get that chance to become boner of the day. Boner means mistake, of course. Now, remember, this is round 1. If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It secures a spot in Boner Dome for later in the show. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We do this again with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. That way we have 2 champions. We send them both to Boner Dome. You'll decide boner of the day with your vote at 9:20. That's when boner fight happens. I'm re-explaining this for the new consultant. So there we go. This is round 1. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
tickets to the International Sportsman's Expo happening at Mountain America Expo Center March 17th through the 20th.
Boner candidate number 1. We don't care what you look like either. Cameron Diaz has confessed to seeing Hollywood as a trap and said that she recently considers her appearance, now that she has left the showbiz circuit, she has reconsidered anything about her appearance. The 49-year-old left the fast-paced life of Hollywood since her marriage to Benji Madden and has not looked back since. She claims that she has turned down nearly $100 million worth of movie contracts in the years that followed and has no regrets about declining them. So far, I don't care about any of that, Cameron. I am absolutely a victim of all the societal objectification and exploitation that women are subjected to, she said. I don't even wash my face most days. I don't care how I look.
And I think she's lying about not being in show business, because she shows up every morning to help produce the Radio from Hell show. Every morning she's here in the producer's booth, answering phone calls.
Most mornings I don't even wash my face. I don't care how I look. We don't care how you look either. Boner candidate number 1. they think that people are interested in this or it matters. If you don't care, when they contact you for a comment, say no comment. I have nothing to say about it. Here's boner candidate number 2. Why don't you just lie back and enjoy it?
This, I almost would say, why do you have any other candidate other than this one?
A Republican nominee for the Michigan House of Representatives is facing backlash for comments that he made about sexual assault and his daughters, which makes it even worse.
Yep.
While discussing a possible decertification of the election. Robert R.J. Reagan, a Republican who just won a special election to fill the Michigan House seat in District 74, made the comments while speaking on a Facebook Live for the Michigan House Rescue Coalition, or the Michigan Rescue Coalition. While discussing a possible decertification, Reagan said, quote, having 3 daughters, I tell my daughters, if rape is inevitable, you should just lie back and enjoy it. The comment.
And there are like 4 women. I've watched the video of this, and it's, there are like 4 women on the Zoom call, and the looks on their faces when he said that are like, did you just say what I think you said?
The comment drew, as you might expect, strong reaction from the other guests on the show. Amber Harris, who was on, called Reagan's comment shameful. Host Adam D'Angeli pointed out that the show is streaming on YouTube and added probably not for much longer after what he said. Ms. D'Angelini, who I guess is hosting the show, or Mr. D'Angelini, said he believes Reagan misspoke, trying to say that not contesting the election would be like telling his daughters to lie back and enjoy rape.
No.
Even if that's what he meant to say, he shouldn't have said it.
This is just such rape culture stuff right there.
Boner candidate number 2, lie back and enjoy it. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, early retirement? You bet. Take early retirement.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after we tell you a few things. What do we got?
Britney news.
Let me get that ready.
It's Britney Watch?
It is Britney Watch. Gina, do you want to sponsor that?
Sure, that's worth sponsoring. Locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and power sport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
It's Britney Watch, keeping you up to date with all your Britney Spears news.
Britney Spears detailed horrific systemic abuse and harm that she suffered under her 13-year conservatorship, including sexual humiliation, strictly regimented schedules, weekly blood transfusions, and drug cocktails. Britney described in a cryptic Instagram post on Sunday how she was stripped of her freedom and autonomy and subjected to cruel and bizarre practices, including 8 gallons of blood transfusions weekly, sexual embarrassment, claiming she was no more than a puppet to her handlers like her father, and vowing to get justice.
What are you talking about, Brittany?
Well,
8
if
gallons
it
of blood
if it happens,
gallons,
then I don't know. Some of Britney Spears, well, I won't go into that.
Gallons?
So
this is interspersed with her posting naked pictures. Like, she talks about her conservatorship, and then she posts a naked picture.
Well, not
and she
naked,
talks about
naked.
Naked with the little emoji over.
Yeah,
she's naked.
So there you go. I don't know what's going on with her. And to the interest of no one, or almost no one, Lynyrd Skynyrd announced their 2022 tour dates.
Don't care.
The Idaho House of Representatives approved legislation yesterday that makes it a felony for a doctor to provide age-appropriate, medically necessary, best practice gender-affirming care for transgender children. That bill now heads to the Idaho Senate for further consideration. I think I heard that they passed it as well. Quote, it is so disappointing that some politicians in Boise have decided to follow Texas and Alabama down the path of imposing felony criminal penalties on doctors simply trying to do their jobs.
Why is this the new conservative boogeyman?
Because
it works.
Because the cabal has determined that this is an issue that will drive wedges into, and so that people will vote for conservative candidates.
But this is the kind of thing that doesn't affect you unless it affects you. So what?
Yes, it does.
How?
Because you are a savior of society. You and your conservative, that's why people busted into the Capitol on January 6th. They knew that they were doing the right thing. And it's these kind of wedge issues that I'm telling you that Representative Birkeland here in Utah, whoever introduced it in Idaho, whoever introduced it in Arkansas, the same people went to each one of those states and said, here's what, this is a big problem. We really need to look at it. And they find one legislator who goes, gosh, that does sound like a problem. I'm okay, let's get on that.
And again, it's literally imaginary boogeymen kind of things. It's straw man arguments. It's things that are not a problem, but they're going to convince you that it is or will be, you know.
And as always, we apologize for the political nature of the previous discussion. Millions of diabetics in the country will have a less expensive way to treat their illness thanks to cheaper insulin developed in Utah at a company launched by Intermountain Healthcare. This is considered an absolute game changer for the 56,000 diabetics in Utah and the more than 11 million Americans who need insulin every day to manage their diabetes. Now, they're going to start this whole process. It's going to be 2 or 3 years before we see this lower cost insulin available, but it is coming. An Ogden man has been arrested for printing out nude photos of a woman and placing the nude photos around town. Officers with the Weber County Sheriff's Office say 45-year-old Anthony Macpino put copies of the intimate images on 75 cars, you know, like under the windshield wiper, Friday and Saturday, as well as tacking them up on telephone poles. The woman in the photos was previously in a relationship with Mr. Pino, but they had broken up. She said that he was the only person who had the photos and did not have permission to share them with anyone. It's him trying to get revenge. It's revenge porn. Him putting up the, well, he's going to now be arrested and he'll go to jail for it. A Republican candidate for Senate in Orem, State Senate, is facing a sexual abuse charge, with prosecutors accusing him of assaulting a woman last summer, according to court records. Brandon Beckham met up with the woman, an acquaintance, to watch a movie that day. Charging documents say the woman told police that she walked out of the room and returned to find him in his underwear with a blanket spread out on the floor, according to the charging documents. Then he aggressively told her to give him a massage, and then other things happened. This guy is running for state senate from Orem. His name is Brandon Beckham. Let's see now. Guy Reffitt, I think is how you say his name. Guy Reffitt has been found guilty of the January 6th riot. Guilty of all 5 charges that he faced related to the attack on the Capitol. Reffitt, who's a Texas 3%er and supporter of President Trump, was charged with 5 counts. And what was really fascinating about this case is that he was found guilty based largely on evidence given to the jury by his son. His son, who said, that's my dad, and he was there, and he did this, and he has had racist views, and that's part of what. And so the jury listened to the testimony, and they convicted him.
And now, of course, right-wing social media bots and people are going after this kid.
The Proud Boys, the former Proud Boys leader, he's the next one to stand trial on this stuff. And your toilet paper roll is definitely slimming down. The changes are subtle, but you should start noticing it. Retail industry experts say we could see more consumer products shrinking in size or quantity, or both, because of rising costs.
Well,
there will be fewer Cheez-Its in your box of Cheez-Its.
Rising costs, or we need to raise the profits for the corporation that makes these things?
Well, they need to keep pace because, yes, the costs are rising because of supply chain shortages. And
all I know is ding-dongs are smaller.
Yeah.
I already noticed that.
It's corporate greed, man.
Companies are raising prices and charging customers. They're either going to raise the price or charge you the same price for less. And it happens because of high inflation, and companies want to keep their profits where they are. They don't want to take a loss, so they make you take the loss.
Mm-hmm.
And here's a bit of good news to end with. Nacho fries are returning to Taco Bell. However, you'll only get 10 nacho fries instead of the usual 15. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
Well, the snow, it's out there. You see it. It's happening. It's going to happen, chance of it off and on throughout the day, depending on where you are. Overnight tonight gets really cold, 16 degrees. Tomorrow, even colder. We don't get above freezing on Thursday, and Thursday night, 12 degrees down here in the valley. Very cold. This snow has caused issues with traffic for lots of folks this morning. Northbound I-15 at 21st Street in Ogden, that was a multi-car accident with sending people to the hospital, is finally open, but there are still some residual delays through that area. Crash northbound I-15 approaching University Parkway exit in Orem. Cars are blocking the HOV lane and left shoulder. Roads are slick. Visibility is reduced. Visibility is bad at Point of the Mountain, too. Fog on top of everything else seems to have crept in if you're coming from Utah County into Salt Lake County. And still some issues. Parley's Canyon still having some slide-offs and issues if you're headed on I-80 toward Park City. Now's not a good time for that commute. You may want to take a break and wait until things clear up a little bit. Little Cottonwood Canyon should be open by 8 a.m. There's still a line of cars already forming at the mouth of the canyon, people wanting to take advantage of all this snow. Looks like Big Cottonwood Canyon is open with traction laws in effect. Thank you to all the people that have been sending us in traffic alerts. There's it's one of those days where there's too many dimensions, but I appreciate it when you send all those in at 33986.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. Early retirement? You bet. You go ahead, take early retirement. This is, if you see the video of it too, it's just, man. A now retired Indiana high school teacher was arrested after video showed him hitting a student during a confrontation over wearing a hooded sweatshirt on school grounds. Security footage shows the incident. Did you watch this the other day?
He didn't just hit him. He
cold
slammed
cocked
his head into the wall.
He slammed his head against the wall,
So the teacher jogs down the hallway after the student. He chased him, grabbed the student by his backpack, put him against the wall, and then just whacked him in the head as hard as he could with his fist, and that caused the student's head to go back against the wall and crack into the bricks, and then the student just collapsed like he was out cold.
Yep.
And then another teacher kind of came out and went, what? And this teacher walked away.
It's all for wearing a hoodie. That's all. That's all the kid was doing.
For having his hood up.
Yeah.
That's it.
This teacher has been granted early retirement.
Oh, really? Well,
it's number 3.
We can think of better things to happen to him. All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. You know, we don't care how you look either, Cameron. Not our Cameron Diaz, but the other one. She's going on and on about, well, you know, I don't even wash my face anymore. I don't care how I look. Oh, okay, fine. Boner candidate number 2, just lie back and enjoy it. A Michigan candidate for the House of Representatives said, you know, if his daughters were being raped, if they couldn't get away, he'd say, well, then just lay back and enjoy it. And boner candidate number 3, early retirement, you bet.
Here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day? Winning here makes it the winner of round 1. It's not Boner of the Day yet, because round 2 comes up at 8:20. We'll do this again. 3 more candidates, get another winner there. Then we send both winners, one from each round, to Boner Fight. And that's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. You'll vote for it at 9:20 this morning. So right now, let's just focus on this round 1. Send one of these 3 candidates forward. Remember your candidate number, 1, 2, or 3. Put that single digit in the message of a text, the one that you think should win. Text it to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 9, 2022, and vote there. And you have only until the end of these messages. This is round 1.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
Druthernother. D-R-U-T-H-E-R-N-U-T-H-E-R. Druthernother. And now, to use this fine compound word in a sentence, we call upon LeVar and LeGrand to work their magic and show you how this very complex Utah word works in conversation. Here the boys are debating the virtues of various Halloween treats, and which treats it was the best to get when they were young trick-or-treaters. The word is druthernother.
Heck fire, LeGrand. It sure is a sad one this year. Halloween's coming, and it looks like the government ain't going to allow trick-or-treating, and the kids is going to be so sad when we have to tell them.
Well, it sure is. Danged old government anyway. I mean, can they legally do that? Just cancel Halloween without a second thought?
LeGrand, if the feds can make you cover up your smile with a COVID mask, they sure as heck can cancel Halloween.
I suppose. But you know, the kids would be wearing masks just like the government wants them to, so why not let them go house to house begging for candy?
I'll tell you why, my friend. Socialism, that's why. Huh? Halloween reeks of socialism, and the government wants to stamp that stuff out. You see, if they allow Halloween, all the kids will be sharing treats equally from the Halloween Candy Collective. Not acceptable. Children need to learn the value of work whereby they earn the candy.
Well, looks like no Halloween goodies for me this year. I always like raiding the kids' candy haul when they went to bed. You too?
Oh, me too. I'm going to miss my yearly popcorn ball.
What? Some cheapo jerk in your neighborhood tries to save money by making popcorn balls and then give them an outset of candy?
That cheapo jerk is me, LeGrand. But we don't do it to save money. My wife, Carol, makes great popcorn balls once a year for Halloween. They're great. It's the only time I get one. And everyone in the neighborhood is crazy for them.
No one is crazy for popcorn balls, LeVar. But that's not as bad as the guy in my neighborhood who gives out bouillon cubes. Can you believe it? Them individual foil-wrapped bouillon cubes. Ain't that awful?
I don't know. Depends. Chicken or beef bouillon cubes.
And the dentist down the street who gives out toothbrushes. I mean, geez, I don't want cubes or balls or brushes. I want Halloween candy. Except for Smarties. I don't want Smarties. You got a favorite Halloween treat?
Well, I'm somewhat partial to Bit-O-Honey, but nobody gives out Bit-O-Honey anymore.
Did they ever? Bit-O-Honey?
Yeah.
Jeez. No, what you want for Halloween is candy bars. Full-size candy bars if possible. But any kind of candy bar is better than... Jeez, you kidding me with Bit-O-Honey?
I swear I got Bit-O-Honey a long time ago. One time, in another city that I was at.
Right, yeah. How about Almond Joy, though? Now, some people don't like them, but I do. I love Almond Joy. I'd rather have Almond Joy than a Mounds, though. I think it's because the dark chocolate turns me away from the Mounds. I'm a milk chocolate guy.
Okay, well, then here's a choice for you. Twixt or Butterfinger?
No, I don't eat anything that has the word finger in it.
Oh.
Well, how about this? Which would you druther? Milky Way, Snickers, or Mooresboro?
I'd rather not have any of them.
Well, what do you mean, not any of them? You should pick one.
I don't have to. When it comes back to those particular Halloween candy choices, I'd rather another.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Good old days.
All right. Let's award round one of your boners.
And you know, that's brought to you by asparagus with goat cheese and a balsamic reduction.
And are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State curbside service is available.
One person apparently thought I was being too mean to Cameron Diaz. and that person probably does care about what she has to say about washing her face. A number of people really voted, a very good number, large number of people voted for the teacher who hit the kid in the head. You know, and I remember back when I was like in the 5th grade, Mr. Chadburn did that to a kid in school, in our class. He hit him and made his head bang against the bricks. And yeah, right. And in class, he used to hit everybody. And then
the good old days.
The good old days.
We didn't know it was wrong.
That's the good old days when teachers did that kind of stuff. And that kept us kids in line, you know.
You didn't mess with him anymore,
No,
did you?
I was afraid of him. But the winner by, let's see, well, too many votes to count. Yeah. 223 votes. Number 2, lie back and enjoy it.
That's your boner winner for round 1. It is now qualified to be boner of the day. It goes forward to Boner Dome, where it waits. Round 2 comes up at 8:20 this morning. We'll do this again, get another winner there, send that winner forward. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 with your vote. That's when Boner Fight happens.
Now, have we mentioned that Dr. Cobble is on the phone?
We have neglected to mention that. Yeah.
So Dr. Cobble is here. Good morning, Dr. Cobble. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Cobble is here to answer questions. And so in order to make his time valuable, you have to call in and ask them. 877-602-9696. Anything eating at you about the COVID, about the vaccines, anything you want to know, please call 877-602-9696. You can text questions if you like, 33986. But again, the phone is 877-602-9696. And I have a question to start with while we're lining things up and hopefully getting some calls. I was reading something the other day, Dr. Cobble, that was postulating that if you have not contracted COVID or the Omicron yet, you are not likely to get it.
Really?
For some, now, this was just a theory. I don't know if there's any. Again, I didn't really look into it, but they were saying if you haven't gotten it yet, you probably won't. Is there anything to support that?
Well, I think if you haven't caught Omicron 1, the first mutation that came through at this point, you may not catch that one, but Omicron 2 is on the rise, and that's about 12% of current infections, and I think we're going to see that mutation roll through our community here in the next month or two.
Are we in a period right now where we can relax a little bit? We're at the bottom. The numbers seem to be coming down. Hospitalizations seem to be. Are we in a point where we can just take a little breath before that next
like when
surge?
I went to a restaurant yesterday that was packed with people not wearing masks, can we do that?
Well, I think if you're vaccinated and boosted, your risks are quite low, and you can probably relax to some degree. But we had 24 Utahns die yesterday, and if 24 Utahns had died in one day on Utah roads, or even in 1 week or in 1 month, that would be catastrophic. I mean, that'd be the big news. Yet 10 to 30 Utahns dying every day still from COVID, and our politicians and our health leaders don't say anything about it.
Exactly.
600 people a month in Utah.
But if it were automobile accidents, and you can bet that they would be
it'd be
passing
a major
all kinds of laws, and
the governor would be on TV talking about all of this. Yeah, if it were cars or anything really. All right. Well, let's see. 877-602-9696. Let's go to Zane. Zane is on the phone. Hi, Zane.
Hey, good morning, Dr. Cobble and Radio from Hell. How are you?
Good morning. We're good. What's your question?
This might be a silly question, but kids under 5, are they able to get vaccinated yet?
Not yet. Still trying to decide the right dose. The lower dose option did not appear to give them good immunity. It was safe, but it did not appear to give good immunity. So they're retesting the amount of vaccine to be given and spacing of vaccine, so it's not available.
All right, Zane.
All right, thank you, guys.
So just keep your kid safe as best you can. All right.
I'll do my best. Thank you.
I know you will. All right, Dr. Cobble, we ask you to sort of speak up a little bit? You're kind of low today. I don't know.
Must be the snow, the moisture. I'm happy with the moisture. That's great.
Yeah. There you go. You're just there. You're more present now.
Let's go to Sean real quick before we go to break. 877-602-9696 if you want to line up for our next break to talk to Dr. Cobble. Sean, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Dr. Cobble, just a question about, we have a toddler who's almost 2. She'll be 2 in a couple weeks here. So she can't be vaccinated yet, not supposed to wear a mask yet. And just with cases dropping and everything, just wanted to know kind of how safe it is to take her out into public or at least to family gatherings. Everybody in our immediate family's been vaccinated and boosted, and except my sister, who has a daughter as well who's not old enough for the vaccine yet.
So how safe
I
is
think
that?
the risk is pretty low in children. And again, if your family is vaccinated and boosted, the risk is pretty low. And I think you need to get these kids out and socializing and doing things. So I think you should have pretty low concern, especially if you're not in a space, an enclosed space for 2, 3, 4 hours that's not well ventilated. I think you're very safe.
And I said, 2-year-old, don't let every grandparent and aunt and uncle and get up close and go ooh and pinch cheeks and all of that kind of stuff.
I don't like that anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe have them be a little standoffish.
Will do. Yeah,
All
I
right.
can have her be a little standoffish.
There you go.
All right. Or you can get one of those big dry cleaning plastic bags.
No,
and
Bill,
No, that's not.
No.
Okay, no.
All right. We will thank you very much, Sean. 877-602-9696. Line up and talk to Dr. Cobble. Get your questions answered in our next break. And you can also text them in. We'd prefer your phone calls, but text them to 33986. And the phone number, 877-602-9696. Traffic, Gina, please.
The 5 miles of nearly stopped traffic, I-15 northbound between University Avenue in Provo and University Parkway in Orem. This is due to a multi-vehicle crash blocking several lanes of traffic, and it is just stopped there. Also crash eastbound Mountain View Corridor, Redwood. Vehicle slide off into a ditch. This is causing backups and left turn lane closures. Roads look like they're a sheet of ice on the Mountain View Corridor, I'm afraid to say. And let's see, fog at the point of the mountain. And this is just one of those mornings where if you can wait or not go in, it's a good work from home day. If not, just make sure you give yourself lots of space between you and the cars in front of you. Brush that snow off, not just your windshield, but off the top of your car as well, so you don't add to the problem. And make sure your lights are on. All those things are extra important today. That's traffic.
All right, thank you. We'll take a break. We'll be back with our final segment with Dr. Cobble, so get your questions in. 877-602-9696. Big O Tires has online appointment scheduling available at bigotires.com.
That's great. And, I just realized that the O in Big O is like a tire.
Oh.
See? Big O Tires, locally owned and operated with the lowest price on every tire every day. Trust the team there for great service and even better deals. You can save up to $100 right now on select in-stock sets of Cooper, Nitto, and Pirelli brand tires. That's through March 27th.
Don't forget you can do more than just tires at Big O Tires. Brakes, alignments, batteries, fluids, oil changes, windshield wipers, more than all that. They can help you out with every need with your car.
And they guarantee the lowest price on every tire every day. They have their own house brand, the Big O Tires, and I like those a lot. Online appointment scheduling, as Carrie said, just go to bigotires.com. They are the team you trust.
I'm a bad mom, I can tell you about real quick.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know you're a bad mom, but go ahead, tell us.
Quickly, we're at Gray Whale. You can come by and see us. Gray Whale up by the U.
Come and get a first-hand look at a really bad mother.
Yeah, I'm right here. So last night was country fair at Festus's school. Now, country fair is not like chickens and cows and
like you would. Yeah, that's why they call it a country fair, because it has nothing to do with that.
No, it's a country fair.
Oh, it's okay. So it's not a country fair. It's a country fair.
It's a country fair.
Australia.
Yeah. Yeah.
What country did Festus have?
He had Iraq.
Oh,
of course he did.
Yeah. And so yesterday.
Is that because they knew his father's a terrorist?
No, he has a brother who's serving in Iraq.
Oh, that's okay.
He's been there forever. I wish he'd come back. But yesterday, after school, Festus said, well, everybody said they're bringing food. As you know, you have the display board with all your information, and everybody's bringing food from their various countries.
It would have been nice, honey, if you'd let me know that before, 12 hours before school.
So I look around the house, and I see that
Did you have some hummus or anything?
Well, the mother-in-law had just come back from Egypt, and she brought this big container of baked goods from this Egyptian bakery, and the container had Arabic all over it, and they were Egyptian pastries. I'm like, that's close.
Wait a minute. If you were to say that to your husband, your Egyptian husband,
he's out of town, I'm guessing.
So that's close, and there's Arabic on it. So you set that on the table, and it'll look authentic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we go to the country fair and
the country fair.
And come back, and Joe stayed with the little kids at home while I took Festus to the country fair. And Joe said, "What happened to
the pastries that I was so looking forward to eating?"
And I said, well, he didn't have any food for his display, and so we took those. And I thought because it had Arabic on it that it would look. And he said, the Arabic that they speak in Egypt is not the same as in Iraq. It's like
Really?
that would be like if you took,
Yeah.
pastries from
Let's take some
Spain
French pastries to a
and-
Mexico
Yeah.
country. Yeah.
Oh my God, they didn't know. Nobody knew. It's Arabic. They don't know what.
Did they not know?
Nobody said anything.
Nobody
Of course
said
they
it.
didn't
No.
know. Yeah.
Was he angry at you? Did he get angry?
A little bit. It's like
Dr.
my
Sam
mother-
wants to talk about anger today.
It's like my mother brought these all the way back from Egypt for
me.
For me.
Did people eat them at the
They
fair?
did. They were gone.
Were they delicious?
They were really good. 'Cause
You
they-
don't know. You didn't try them.
No, I did.
Okay.
Before anybody else touched them, because then they've got germs on them. So I unwrapped them and tried one.
You have problems with germs?
Yeah.
Oh, like my friend Lindsay. That would be good for you next time we're on. We'll talk about germs.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know. Do you wear slippers at home? Or
Yes.
Will your feet touch the carpet?
No.
She won't walk She won't walk barefoot in a hotel room.
Really?
No.
No. How? And if you're out and about and you need to go to the toilet,
I try to wait.
difficult until you get home.
Mm-hmm.
Difficult.
Unbelievable.
And she's one of these people who opens the door to the bathroom with her elbow.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Flush with
The
your
whole
foot.
thing.
I'm no fool.
Do you use a straw when you're drinking at a restaurant?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, she's bad.
James.
We're going to have a show on obsessive
Let's do
compulsive
it.
disorder,
Not
I think.
obsessive compulsive. It's
Ah,
being
it's-
cautious. That's
It's Dr.
different.
Sam. You
Cautious?
Yeah. You can argue with Dr. Sam?
Cautious.
I don't think you're going to argue with Dr. Sam.
Booster rate, we're going to continue to see COVID spread through the community. through different
You say
periods.
until like that's going to happen.
I was going to say, I'm surprised at the number of people I know who just either neglected to or forgot to get boosted, you know. And I yell at them, there's a Walgreens on every corner. For God's sake, go and get boosted. But
Yeah, I think the booster is key. You know, if you've already made the commitment to get the vaccine, get that booster. And really, you should get the booster within, depending on which vaccine you got, but you should get the booster within 3 to 5 months. So, and again, I've had people catch COVID 3 times unvaccinated, and those people that think they're getting herd immunity by not getting vaccinated are just spreading it and going to the hospital and having bad outcomes.
Yep. A lot of the questions we're getting as far as text goes, and you can still call us at 877-602-9696, a lot of the text questions are based around the numbers that we used to get from the state on a regular basis, and now we're not getting them as quickly. I mean, like, why are numbers now below 500 daily, but it doesn't seem that deaths are going down? I still see over 20 a day. How much can we trust the day's numbers, seeing as the government is telling people to stay home if you're sick and presume you have COVID? There's just so many questions about the statistics, the numbers that people want to see every day, and where can we go to get, good numbers?
Well, I think that a lot of people aren't testing, so I can say that the infection rate has dropped dramatically. I think the infections we've seen drop over 95%, where you're getting 10,000 a day in Utah, and we're probably in the 300, 400, 500, 600 range. They only reported 100 yesterday, but 24 deaths.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the key is that those people that have been in the hospital for the last 2 to 8 weeks are moving out of the hospital, that they're not going home, as you're seeing by the state reports. And it continues to show that the unvaccinated and or unboosted people are extremely high risk, and they're still continuing to have the terrible results. And again, the sad thing for me is COVID's been a terrible distraction through our community and the health care. But I think what I've seen is just the loss of love and caring in our community. And that's the sad part to me, because everyone's been hurt so badly by this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's difficult to fathom why that might be happening. But again, I hate to sound conspiratorial, but I think that there are people who are trying to use all of this to their advantage and continue to drive wedges among, between different groups and people and cause disruption. Why do people would say, why did Donald Trump do the things he did? To be disruptive. No other reason than to just be disruptive. And I don't know.
A couple people are texting in, Dr. Cobble, about a second booster. Is there any information on when and if that might be something we need to get?
Yeah, so if you're immunocompromised, and there are several indications for that, you should get a second booster within 3 to 5 months. And again, some of my patients have been going in and getting that. They don't ask for your medical records. So again, if you're very high risk, you've had cancer in the past, or you have immunocompromised state, I think getting your second booster in the 3 to 5 or 4 to 6 month time period is reasonable.
Thank you.
I've had a little cough. How about that?
Maybe I'll swing. I think I'll swing by the pharmacy today. Then, now that I hear that, let's go to Charlie. Hello, Charlie.
Thank you guys for letting me listen. I really appreciate it. And Dr. Cobble, I think you might have just answered my question, but I've had both of my Pfizer shots as well as the booster shot, and I was under the impression that at some point in time they were going to start treating this a lot like the flu shot, where we were going to get it annually. I'm 4 months out from my booster. When are they going to start? I'm not immunocompromised or have anything like that, but at some point in time we're going to have to start getting more doses. When's that going to take place?
Yeah, there's been a lot of speculation on that, and the manufacturers still have not made a commitment to that. So I don't know if in the late fall, early winter, we'll get a flu-COVID combination. There's been talk about that for more than a year. I don't know if it's going to happen this year or next year, but I suspect most everyone's going to need the second booster in the fall before the November, February spike hits us again.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Let's go to Hanson is on the phone. Hello, Hanson.
Hey, huge fan. Thanks for letting me call. I just have a quick question. I've gotten all the vaccine shots and everything like that. It's just since the second year of me getting all those shots, I've just been suffering with ED, and I'm questioning if that's normal, if that's common for people to deal with. I'm just a little confused on why it's still happening since the vaccine shots and all that.
He was a little quiet on that.
Yeah.
Can you guys summarize?
He's saying
the
that
question?
he's fully vaccinated, and then now he's experiencing erectile dysfunction.
Oh, bummer. Well, there are a lot of causes for that.
I'm 19, by the way, so I'm not the oldest.
So it's unusual for you to be experiencing that, is what you're saying. There's no.
Yes, exactly.
You haven't heard that any kind of correlation like that, have you, Dr. Cobble?
I have not. From any of my patients, and they like to talk about that all the time. So the most common causes of ED would be typically severe stress, and some psychiatry medications can do it. Some people get performance anxiety once they have a couple difficult times, but
I do
think
not.
It's not.
I'm sorry.
I'd probably go see your clinician, and have a discussion about labs.
Sorry, I'm just a little embarrassed. Thank you for letting me call.
Okay,
right.
bye.
Okay. Hanson.
Thank you.
I don't know about Hanson. Let's see. I'm trying to find some text
Is there?
questions
You
here.
mentioned Omicron 2. Is there a difference in the symptoms? Does it?
Yeah,
act differently?
that's a great question. Yeah, we're tending to see more neurologic problems with Omicron 2. So dizziness, mental fatigue, not just the muscle and total fatigue, but a lot of neurologic symptoms, which are very interesting. It's a little bit different than the first version, which had more strep-type symptoms, upper respiratory sinus, sore throat type stuff.
Tell us again what the percentage of people being vaccinated and boosted is about. Do you know?
65% are vaccinated in Utah, and 28% have had their booster. We're not the worst state, but we're not great.
How does that correlate to flu shots? People getting flu shots every year. What percentage of the population gets flu shot?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not certain that number.
All right. Well, let's go to Natalie for
Natalie.
our final call. Natalie, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's your question?
So I had COVID probably about 3 months ago. And since I got better, I have just been so exhausted. I know that's one of the after effects, I guess, of it. I mean, to the point where, I was driving and, almost falling asleep at the light type of thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't even dare drive anymore. How long does that last? Or, is there anything I can do?
Yeah, that's a tough question. The long COVID appears to affect 20 to 30% of people. The majority of people will get better within 2 to 12 weeks, but you're in the 12-week time frame. I think the big thing is seeing your clinician, doing blood work to look for another cause for fatigue, iron, ferritin, blood count, thyroid, etc., and just see if there's a metabolic or hormone cause. If people are overweight, sleep apnea can do it. Stress, poor sleep. There are a lot of different causes for daytime fatigue, but unfortunately, there are not any current clinical studies that have shown a prospective treatment that may have benefit. There are probably a lot of different things we can do clinically to help people with fatigue, just like we've done for 50 years.
Yeah.
But we don't have a prospective randomized trial with 95% confidence. And I think that brings up one point. In science and medicine, if we do a treatment that we offer to people, it has to show a 95% confidence interval that it was better than placebo. And I think that if our politicians or were held to that 95% confidence interval, I think of politicians having 10% confidence in anything they do, whether it's taxes or relief, but in medicine and science, there's a 95% confidence interval, so people should feel very confident in getting the vaccine and getting their boosters.
Exactly.
So check, and also check and see with your doctor. Check if maybe it's something else, that's causing the fatigue. It could have initially been COVID, but maybe now it's something else. So, all right.
Okay. Does having COVID affect your thyroid at all, or?
Well, I think anything's possible. It's an immune disease, and immune diseases can affect any hormone system or absorption system. So I think that it's reasonable to maybe do thyroid antibody testing, thyroid labs, B12, vitamin D, just check those different things and make sure there's not a metabolic failure there.
All right. Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Cobble, thank you. Take care, and we'll see you next week, I believe. If you're in town, aren't you, next week?
I am. You'll hear me for sure.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Traffic, Gina, please.
5 miles of nearly stopped traffic, I-15 northbound between University Avenue in Provo and University Parkway in Orem. That's due to a multi-vehicle crash blocking several lanes of traffic. And we have a new accident in that same area, I-15 southbound approaching University Parkway in Orem. 2 left lanes are blocked, traffic backing toward Linden. We're just dealing with weather-related traffic issues this morning, I'm afraid. Crash eastbound Mountain View corridor at Redwood Road. Vehicles slid off into a ditch, causing backups and left turn lane closures. Still having issues in Parley's Canyon. Looks like, though, it's mostly up near the summit. As you come down into Salt Lake Valley, looks like things are better there, but trying to get up I-80 into Park City is where the problem is. And still some issues on the west side of the valley, but things are getting better, it looks like. If you see something, you can text us 33986 like this person did. Crash, sideways car, bang at her southbound 7800 on-ramp. Thank you for sending that in to 33986.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Boner candidate number 1. My childhood dream was to shoot a buffalo through the heart with an arrow. Boner candidate number 2, like Prince John. Prince John. And boner candidate number 3, give me them pickles.
All right, boners round 2 and other stuff that you need to know coming up after these. X96. Hey.
Recently on the Rachel Ray show, she was promoting her new fragrance, which she calls Fancy. It's $85. She sprayed some in the air and then started naming all the benefits. The main one was that it allows you to fart and nobody can smell it.
That's a selling point?
That's what she said. She said if you're in an elevator and you're wearing this perfume.
She's a classy one.
Do they have a guy's version? Because, boy, I tell you, I'm holding...
You want to wear something called Fancy?
I'm holding one back right now, and I don't want to...
Go ahead.
I don't want to hurt you guys.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
Go on.
Why?
Do it.
Go
do
outside.
It. Come on,
Don't.
chicken. Come on, do it.
Don't.
Do it.
Not chicken. I'm just not sure you really want
Do
that.
it.
Why do you want him to do that?
Do it. I don't believe him. I don't believe he's holding one.
I believe he always has one ready.
And I don't believe... Just put the microphone down.
Don't do it. I'll leave the room.
And I don't believe it's going to be as bad as you say.
What, you weren't serious?
That's the lowest we have ever sung on the radio.
And I didn't even go all the way.
Oh, man.
There's more.
That's dangerous. Yeah, he did. I made him. I made him.
You know how I am with peer pressure. Here, Carrie, have a drink. Here, Carrie, fart. You know, pull my finger. Listen, it started when I was a kid. It started when I was a kid. My dad used to make me pull his finger.
He did. I don't smell anything. Seems fine.
It'll circulate.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, maybe we'd better take a break.
I haven't been eating much meat lately, so.
Oh, geez. Well,
You know, for someone that just tuned into this show for the first time,
I know
just
they would.
now,
we don't usually do that.
We've lost them forever.
Usually, you know, we're.
Do you think? You don't think that they could forgive us just this one?
I can't forgive you.
Now, long-time listeners of the Radio from Hell show, if you'd like to call us now.
Listen, I was goaded into it.
I did. I pushed
you're both
him.
happy.
He was calling me names. He was pointing at me.
I pushed him. It's a good thing there wasn't a cliff.
I'm glad we don't have a sponsor for the boner right now.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we'll ever have
Nope.
one either after that. Oh, my God.
He made me. All right. Uh-oh.
Weather?
Somebody just texted and says, well, that's why you guys have a new three-year contract.
And Sue just texted in, I am so proud to be your wife.
Your bags
right now.
are on the porch.
I also just got a texter that says, I can smell it from here.
It really is bad. Well, I've been holding it all morning. I haven't had a chance to leave.
I know what that's like.
I figured I'd be fine until, at 10. Yeah. I really started to kink up, and then you talked about that perfume.
God, I can't believe you did that.
Now listen, how do you guys know it wasn't just a recording of a fart?
It wasn't. He put the microphone down.
Shut up. It could have just been a recording of a fart. You don't know.
You don't, but I'm here to tell you it wasn't.
Well, see, these guys are selling it. You know, they're acting.
Nope. That was real.
Oh, man.
Great.
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Don't.
Yeah, it was real.
Told you.
Yeah.
Thought you were going to do it,
No.
All right.
I don't have one, or I might.
Is it like yawning? It just, once somebody does it, everybody
it's
just
contagious.
just jumps in. And,
No.
Okay, all right. We are about to go into round 2 of your boner voting. Now, the winner of round 1, I have a follow-up on that. This is the GOP candidate from Michigan who says he tells his daughters to lie back and enjoy it if rape is inevitable. Quote, if you're in Michigan and 18 plus, please, for the love of God, do not vote for my dad for state rep. Tell everyone. Signed, Stephanie Regan.
Oh, wow. When your own family is coming out and saying those things.
Now, I only bring that up because that's the reminder of what the round 1 winner was. Now, that's why in round 2, it's important to pick strategically here so that we have a really good boner fight coming up in the next hour. Okay, so that's the winner of round 1. Now you're about to pick the winner of round 2, so think about who you're voting for in this round. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
tickets to see Rise Against live at the Complex this July 26th. You can get more information about the show at x96.com.
Boner candidate number 1. My childhood dream was to shoot a buffalo through the heart with an arrow. That's what I did. This is what is he, an NFL player, I believe. Yeah. NFL star and Super Bowl champ Derek Wolfe caused outrage. Shot a 2,000-pound buffalo with an arrow and then uploaded pictures of the dead beast to Instagram. And among the pictures that he uploaded was a picture of him, Mr. Wolfe, holding the animal's heart in his hand and with an arrow through it.
Unnecessary.
A Wolf who won the 2016 Super Bowl with the Denver Broncos said, took 2 arrows to bring this 2,000-pound beast down. First at 34 yards and second, a perfect heart shot at 67 yards. A childhood dream come true for me.
Jeez.
Why is that your childhood dream?
The rest of us wanted to be like astronauts and things.
I thought his childhood dream might have been to be an NFL player.
Something.
But no. Boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2, like Prince John. I mean Prince John. Just again, I don't know. Maybe I should stop nominating her. Lauren Boebert left many people scratching their heads after her latest attempt to insult President Biden. Quote, I don't know who's running the federal government these days, Joe Biden or Prince John from... Prince John, she said on Fox News, but they're taxing us into poverty. Now, So people immediately go, well, who's she? What? Prince? And they figure out she's probably talking about Prince John in the Disney animated cartoon Robin Hood, rather than Prince John.
Exactly.
Prince John. In the same segment, the right-wing conspiracy theorist also twisted herself up in a double negative while attempting to accuse Biden of relying on foreign energy. She said he only wants American energy. If it's not American energy, Joe doesn't want it.
What?
And it sounds like the Prince John thing was some right-wing crazy meme she saw that she was trying to repeat. I don't even think she knows who Prince John is.
I'm not sure if she knows anything at all. And, of course, Jesse Waters, who she was on, just kind of nods and smiles.
Just echoes it, you know.
Boner candidate number 2. It's Lauren Boebert again. Like Prince John, I mean, like Prince...
she's stupid.
Coming up in a moment?
Yes, boner candidate number 3.
Yeah, boner candidate number 3, which is, give me them pickles.
You got that coming up here in a bit. Gina, you got a sponsor for...
You bet. Baby whales are sponsoring whatever this is. They're going on a magical journey to discover the incredible world of ocean currents. Meet curious creatures along the way. See how the ocean nurtures all life on Earth. Now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
All right.
What it is Neon Deion Sanders having 2 of his toes cut off.
Whoa!
You got the beaties?
Wow. Yeah. Is that
So he is now the head coach of Jackson State. He's an NFL Hall of Famer. He revealed the severity of his foot injury in an episode of his Coach Prime documentary series, which I'm sure thousands of people watch. Sanders was hospitalized for a month in the middle of the season. His team, the Tigers, finished 11-2. He had a dislocated toe, along with an inflamed nerve. So the initial procedure was in September, and he went back to the practice field with his team in a golf cart with crutches. He roamed the sidelines for a game with the help of a push scooter, and as he healed, his toe started to get black.
Yeah,
and it was because of nerve damage. And it was a dislocated toe is all, and an inflamed nerve.
But that's all it took, huh?
Yeah, and it got worse and worse and worse, and now he's had to have...
Now he's got to buy all new shoes.
Let's see, he underwent several surgeries, and he had a blood clot. And
is it the king toe?
It doesn't... Oh, it is. It is his left foot's... I don't call it the king toe. I call it the great toe.
The great toe.
It's his great toe, and the second, then the
Then he
toe
can't wear
next to it.
flip-flops anymore. I was just joking, but that's it for flip-flops for Deion Sanders.
That means it'll have to be Crocs from here on out.
You know who can't wear wear flip-flops anymore either? New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft.
Why not?
Because he's getting married. He's 80 years old, and he's getting married to a 47-year-old woman. Her name is something.
Gold Digger
Dr. Dana Bloomberg.
Well, there
Dr.
you go.
Dana Bloomberg. And he's marrying this. She's an ophthalmologist. She's a doctor of ophthalmology. She's a lovely woman, and I'm sure she's only marrying him for true love.
Sure.
Let's see now. Under the Banner of Heaven. This is there was a book written by Alex Krakauer.
No, John Krakauer.
John Krakauer, excuse me. There is an Alex Krakauer, and I always do that. I can't remember.
I don't know.
Oh, you know who Alex Krakauer is?
Who?
It's somebody I went to college with.
Well, there you go.
Did he write a book?
Maybe. He might have. He was very smart. At any rate, John Krakauer's book, Under the Banner of Heaven, based on Utah's infamous Lafferty murders. Well, there's a dramatization of it. It will start streaming on Thursday, April 28th on Hulu, and then it'll be on FX too, I think. The first 2 of 7 episodes will stream on April 28th, and then the remaining 5 installments will roll out one at a time on the next 5 Thursdays, based on John Krakauer's book. The series recounts one of Utah's most sensational and infamous crimes, the brutal 1984 murders of Brenda Lafferty and her baby daughter. Brenda's brother-in-law, Ron, and Dan Lafferty, both of them, left the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to become polygamist, and they were convicted of beating and stabbing Brenda and the baby to death. Well, they're going to do a fictionalized retelling of this. Andrew Garfield will star as a police detective who investigates the crimes and uncovers buried truths. It says buried truths about the origins of the LDS Church.
Ooh.
And the violent consequences of unyielding faith. So I'm sure that people here in Utah will denounce it and tune in by the thousands.
They'll do both. Yeah.
I asked Katie to get a hold of our friend Troy Williams because I saw him posting about. Did he just text you?
I just texted him.
Okay.
Well, Bill doing that story reminded me, and I thought, 8:30 is early enough for Troy. I'll text him now.
Apparently, he had something to do with the making of this show. So
the Krakauer is the executive producer and showrunner. Dustin Lance Black is the showrunner. Krakauer is a producer. And Dustin Lance Black, I said, God, I know that name. He won an Oscar, a screenwriting Oscar for Milk.
Yes.
And I think he did a play a long time ago about the Matthew Shepard, that kid up in Wyoming. I forget the name of the play. But all right, let's move on. Speaking of, Ogden is having queer prom.
Oh, good.
Coming up on March 26th. Queer prom at the Da Vinci Academy of Science and the Arts. It's now. I thought they'd had it before, but somebody said this is the first time they'd had queer prom.
Oh, really?
In Ogden, and they invite everyone to attend. By the way, we've always here on the Radio from Hell show, we've always remarked, just say no to prom, unless it's queer prom.
Yes.
Here's a sports story that I think you probably didn't get to, but I know you wouldn't get to, but this person is a friend of the Radio from Hell show. Her name is Brenna Huckabee, two-time gold medalist and Paralympic athlete from Utah. She's competing in the Beijing Paralympics right now.
Oh, cool.
And she won Team USA's first snowboarding medal.
Oh, good.
Huckabee, who is 26, competed in the snowboard cross, the cross event, finished with a bronze medal. She was initially declined a spot to compete in the games, but won a legal battle ahead of the games to secure her spot. I fought to compete at a disadvantage at the Paralympic Games this year. I fought for my right to compete, even if I would be the only above-the-knee amputee woman on the track. So they actually had qualification. Among qualifications was your amputation had to be below the knee.
So it's all even, sort of?
Yeah,
it's
to
all...
even things out. And she said, listen, I think I'm as good as any of them, and her amputation is most of her leg. And she went to court, and the court said, yes, you have to allow her to participate, and she won a bronze medal. So
she's a model, too. She's beautiful.
And she's a really, really nice, I interviewed her a long time ago and she's great. A lot of fun to hang around with, too. A man riding a snowmobile up in Summit County was buried by an avalanche near the Whitney Reservoir. According to Lieutenant Andrew Wright of the Summit County Sheriff's, search and rescue teams and a medical helicopter were dispatched. The man was completely buried in snow with only his gloved hand visible.
Oh, wow.
He was riding with friends who were able to successfully dig him out. He was breathing and conscious when the medical helicopter got there and the sheriffs got there.
Wow.
And he refused the medical helicopter.
Oh.
I'm okay. He was identified as a 44-year-old man from Morgan, Utah. Things are they're getting worse in Ukraine. Ukrainian soldiers have vowed, though, we will show no mercy to the Russian invaders. No mercy. And I saw a video the other day, and I think it's authentic. There have been bits of video that are not, you know, they're either fakes or videos from other conflicts, but this one was of Ukrainian women learning to use weapons, and was really disturbing. But they're rallying, and everybody in the country. It was they won their freedom in 2014, hard fought. They had a revolution because they wanted to be a free, democratic country, and now they're having to fight for that.
Yep. Let's see. Real quickly here, back to our snowboarder. Thanks, Bill. I was hoping you guys would mention her. This is her husband, Tristan.
Tristan, I know.
Met a few years ago when you interviewed. Yeah.
Tristan's great too.
So there you go.
They have a really interesting love story too. So I won't go into it. It's a pretty fascinating story.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, I got NASCAR news for you. You know the band Ghost?
Yes.
They are sponsoring a NASCAR. Bailey Curry's number 4 Chevrolet is wrapped with art that comes from the new Ghost album.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that band would be NASCAring, you know?
But the driver says
NASCAR is for everyone.
The driver says, I'm a huge fan of Ghost. Fans know I love the band. I wear Ghost shirts all the time. I'm getting it's not
Just the thing about that band Ghost. They're huge. And you know, Katie can tell you because she went and saw them just recently. They sell out every show they do, but hardly anybody knows the band.
I don't know if I've heard their.
You probably haven't.
I didn't know who they were until my best friend Shelby was like, "I bought you tickets because they were here on my birthday."
What kind of music is it?
Haunting gothic style.
Yeah, but it's
I like that.
It's this elaborate stage show.
It's great.
Though, you know, this big elaborate stage show. But you know, it's like I said. You know, Roger Waters sells out, and besides Pink Floyd, can you name any Roger Waters stuff? No, you can't. You know, it's the same with Ghost. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Jazz are home tonight to the Portland Trailblazers. That game is at 8:00. That's your sports. Weather, traffic, we'll just cram that together because it's one of those days where they're the same thing. Snow continuing today. It'll be really cold overnight tonight, 16 degrees. Traffic, we've got snow continuing. The southward crawl, it's pound and pacing right now is where the snow is. Report of a crash southbound I-15 at the Benjamin exit. Vehicles in the median facing the wrong way on the road. Bad crash, US 189 south end of Deer Creek Reservoir. One tanker trailer is on its side. Another semi is facing sideways, partially hanging over the barrier. Summit County's been just a nasty mess for commuting today. Crash, I-15 southbound approaching University Parkway in Orem. 2 left lanes blocked, traffic backing toward Linden. And then another accident going northbound in that same general area between University Avenue and University Parkway. Multi-vehicle crash there. It's just one of those days when there's too many to mention. Things do seem to be clearing up, though, a little bit, but still give yourself some space. There's some real slick spots out there. Give yourself space. Make sure your lights are on. Clean the snow off your car. All of those things. That's traffic.
Right. Gina, one little localism for you. It's when you're referring to that reservoir, it's Deer Creek.
Creek, I'm sorry.
It's not Deer Creek.
Please, people
My
will
California leaked out there.
I was going to say, people will think that you're in another state. Yeah. You know, like most of the morning shows around here.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. Give me them pickles. A Polk County teacher, this is Polk County, Florida, is facing misdemeanor battery charges over allegations that she bit 2 students. The teacher, Rhonda Rice, told school administrators, I was just playing around with the students, according to a Polk County public school spokesperson. The students were working at the school store. Okay. So some schools have stores in them where you can buy all kinds of things. Teacher Rice came into the store and tried to walk out with a jar of pickles. Well, she just bit them on the forearm. And, of course, they released her, and she was able to get the pickles. But there are really other ways to do that, said a school spokesperson. The students reported the behavior of the teacher to administrators. Bartow Police and the state attorney's office have filed misdemeanor battery charges against the teacher who bit students on the arm because she was trying to take pickles out of the school store. Boner candidate number 3, give me them pickles.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1 was, my childhood dream was to shoot a buffalo through the heart with an arrow. NFL star Derek Wolfe killing a 2,000-pound buffalo, photographing a picture of him with the buffalo's heart in his hand, and the heart had an arrow through it. Boner candidate number 2, like Prince John, Prince John, Lauren Boebert, once again proving that she's not bright. And Boner candidate number 3, give me them pickles.
Okay, give me them pickles. Let's get to voting. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day? Now, you remember the candidate from round 1 that we talked about. That's why in this round, it's important to choose strategically. Send one of these 3 forward so that we have a really close, really good Boner Fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll vote for Boner of the Day. So here we go, round 2. Send one of these forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696, or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 9, 2022, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 2. Vote for your boner.
Back in the day, we had these mascot animals living at our studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
Yeah, I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
Oh, did he? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. So, it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But, the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds better.
Oh, I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse. And then, so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro, and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this little burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know
They assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
No, I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use, but to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
and you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just would. But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was. It was the 24th of July parade. So we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it. Like, he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out. Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came, "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "Hell, he ain't dead." And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off. Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, it's just like he said, when you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
because they're dumb.
Well, and we thought he could just stand there and balance. And,
no.
So that
he could have been hurt bad.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah. I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, "Oh hell, he ain't dead." and then so we walked him in the parade.
All right, we got things that must go as soon as we award this round 2 of your boner.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Roasted Pork Tenderloin.
And locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and powersport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
I know for sure that Matt won Rise Against tickets by being a random voter. I know for sure that the candidate that I thought would almost very likely win came in third. That's boner candidate number 1. My childhood dream was to shoot a buffalo through the heart with an arrow. I came in third. Coming in second, Give Me Them Pickles. Winning round 2, I can't believe it, Lauren Boebert.
Really? Because let's go. As far as Lauren Boebert boners go, this is a weak one.
I know.
She's had way better boners.
And I think she won Monday or Friday.
Yeah. People don't like her. So there you go. That's the winner of round 2. Doesn't make her boner of the day yet. She's got a really good competition coming up from candidates of round 1, the winner of round 1. We'll take both of the winners and put them against each other. You'll vote for Boner of the Day at 9:20, coming up here in about a half hour. So stay tuned for that. Right now, it's Things That Must Go, brought to you by...
Enter to win a $500 Visa gift card courtesy of Broadway Media and Utah's Medicaid and CHIP programs for children. Learn more at x96.com.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Oh, brother, these are things that you can't stand. They're things that are bugging you so bad. You say to yourself, these things must go, must leave my life. And so finally you get to the end of your rope on this, and you say, I'm going to contact Radio from Hell, tell them what I think must go, and maybe if they read it on the air, it'll make me feel better, and maybe these things will disappear from my life. Carrie, you're sort of leaning in. Why don't you go first?
Oh, I was just getting comfortable. Okay, I can go. Let's see. First, a couple from the tip of Mount Doom here. When you're wearing chapstick, and then you get a dog hair that sticks to your lip, but it's so fine a dog hair that you can't pick it off. It just
that's right. You can feel it, but you can't. Yeah,
I hate that. And then when deliveries happen outside your delivery window, it's bad enough you're saying it'll be there between 2 and 6. That's bad enough. But calling me at 5:30 and saying I'm going to be late, that does not give you an on-time delivery. I'm sorry. And then to make matters worse, you arrive at 6:25. I mean, let's try to figure out a better system, shall we? So there's that. Let's see this one from. Let's see if we can say who the name is. I'm not given permission, so I'm not going to say who this is from. Happy 30th, Tax 96. Higher praises to you. As though I've been listening even longer, I was introduced somewhere in the 88-89 school year, and I've been listening ever since. Just a couple of quick things that need to be gone. Putin, for obvious reasons. Citizens United, since it allows all politicians to be sold to the highest bidder. The two-party system forcing us to fight over increasingly polarized candidates. We really need ranked choice voting. Voting restrictions. Don't say gay laws. For-profit health care, fossil fuels, COVID, Mike Lee, late-stage collapse of capitalism, book bans, crap, I'm spiraling, quick, help, make it go away, white supremacy, climate change, Trump, U.S. defense spending. I could go on, but I know most of this is beyond even your abilities to help, so I'll just click send and curl in the fetal position and listen to Disintegration by The Cure.
Oh, that's a good choice.
Let's see, I'll go next. A couple of my own. AC/DC is coming out with their own beer. It's beer for those who are about to rock.
Well, we salute you if that's what you're about to do.
I think that's. And then also a thing that must go is there are only a few people who do this, but it's jarring every time I hear it. Rather than saying Vladimir Putin, they say Putin.
Putin?
Well, Vladimir Putin. You know what Putin's doing, don't you? I hear commentators doing it. Putin. No, don't. It's Putin. Okay?
If anything, it's poutine.
This one says, what must go is the oversensitive coworker who, when they seem confused and you ask them if they have been drinking, are offended and say they don't drink because they're Mormon. Well, so am I. Chill out. It's called a sense of humor. Thanks for letting me listen. This one says, hello, lords and milady. Things that must go, people saying things like, because of God, I was saved from blank. Or, because of my faith, I am no longer sick. Or, because of the power of the priesthood, I was able to save my injured child from death, etc., etc., etc. Don't say that. Many people of any faith don't always get saved by God or prayers. It's super offensive.
I guess you didn't pray hard enough because your family member got really sick and died. You didn't pray hard enough.
I think if people really believe that, then they are entitled to say it. If they believe that their child was saved by God, or God intervened.
Well, why do you have to say it? You can believe it without saying it. Because there are plenty of people of faith that really have a strong faith, and they still have, and they pray for a different outcome, and it doesn't happen, and it is hurtful.
What? Well, let's not argue religion right now, shall we?
No one wins.
And then finally this, and this is much more important than that: ticket scalpers. Oh. Every worthless bottom-feeding one of them must go.
Amen.
From Johnny Juicy Fruit. All right, that's
Johnny Juicy Fruit. Thank you.
First one is mine. In the media, when there's a story and someone is commenting on it, and they say, so-and-so is breaking their silence about this. Now, unless there have been like several weeks of like paparazzi following them and them holding up their hand going, no comment, no comment, and then finally they decide to comment, then you can say breaking their silence. But if something just happened and then somebody comments on it, that is not breaking your silence. Stop using it that way.
Yes.
This from Please Don't Use My Name. The U.S. substandard maternity/paternity policies. I had a generous 12 weeks of leave, and even then I had such a struggle going back to work. Looking into childcare recently, we had to switch to a daycare. I found out they take kids as early as 4 weeks old.
Oh, my hell.
That's horrible. It makes me want to cry every time I think about those moms. Pumping is another thing that must go. It just sucks. Oh, yeah, it's awful.
It does literally suck.
It literally sucks. And while I'm at it, dads need time off too. No, it's not a free break when they didn't do the work of the birth of the human. It's that there are human needs and support. I'm still wondering how I managed to feed myself those first couple of weeks of new parenting.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me listen. Geek Show says, hey, Jeannie, you haven't ruined the show. That's things that must go.
Thank you.
Things that must go on the radio.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Delays trying to get into Little Cottonwood Canyon are massive. We haven't had... See, this is why it's better if we get a little bit of snow all the way through the winter and not just all of it in a couple of days like we've got.
This is why we need that gondola, you know?
They are asking people to consider taking the bus, if at all possible. You're not going to find a parking space up there, and there are delays... you know that delay that'll stretch all the way down 7,200, like all the way to State Street. Pretty much. It's bad. There's a crash northbound I-15 University Parkway in Orem, and delays still stretching back 6 miles through all of Provo. It's going to take time to clear all that out. Plus, there's a secondary crash northbound I-15 at Center Street in Provo. And Payson is seeing those snowy conditions that we were having further north here earlier this morning. There's crashes down there. And up to Deer Creek, I said it right that time, Bill.
Yeah.
Bad crash, US 189, south end of Deer Creek Reservoir. One tanker trailer on its side, another semi's facing sideways and partially hanging over the barrier. Really scary. But most of Parley's looks like it's moving better now. Just till you get way up to the top at the summit is where it looks like there's still some issues. That's traffic.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way. Is this true? Chris Van Oker is calling in?
About his book.
Talking about his book on the way. Stand by for that. Ranlife.com/X96.
Average home values in Salt Lake City have increased over 27%. Shattering the record of 20% in 1978. Utah actually had the second highest equity gain in 2021 in the entire country. And that means that, and we're all starting to feel inflation. So with the increase in home values, it's a great time to look at your home equity and the high interest debts that you can possibly consolidate by getting a RAN Life home loan. RAN Life, local mortgage company. I've dealt with them a couple of times, and it's been very positive experience. RAN Life recently helped clients that were tight on their monthly budget save anywhere from $300 to $1,200 on their monthly cash flow by using their home equity to consolidate monthly expenses. Find out how it works. Go to ranlife.com/X96.
So I got a call from Festus last night.
Your son, who is on the road heading for Jacksonville.
My sailor son, my Navy son, left 2 days ago, and he's driving the 34 hours that it takes to get from here to Jacksonville, Florida, and stopping along the way and spending the night in hotels. And
taking the southern route.
Yeah. Yesterday, they stopped in Wichita Falls, Texas.
Oh, what a lovely community.
and pulled into town and get something to eat. So they wanted to eat good in the neighborhood.
Sure. So I know where you go for that.
So they went to the Applebee's in Wichita Falls, Texas.
Okay, there you go.
And I'd say that Wichita Falls, it's a good 20-hour drive from here to there.
Okay.
It's not close to here at all.
No.
And Festus and his wife sit down, and the waiter comes over, and his name is CJ. And CJ is very friendly, like Applebee's waiters tend to be, you know, chatty. Yeah. So what brings you folks into Applebee's today? And Festus said, well, my wife and I, we're driving to Florida go to the naval station where I'm going to be working. Where'd you come from? Utah. We started out in Utah. And CJ, the waiter, says, man, I grew up in Evanston, Wyoming, and my favorite radio station was X96. Have you heard of X96? And Festus says, yes. And he said,
can't believe it.
He said, yeah, and he said, I had a hard time getting reception in Evanston for X96, so I would crawl out on the roof of my house so I could listen to the Radio from Hell show. Have you heard of the Radio from Hell show?
Why, yes.
I think I have.
Kind of.
Yes, actually.
They're the ones that do that that thing in the morning where they have the kid, Timmy, or was that them?
So when did he finally...
Well, when he said that, he said, well, actually, Gina Barberi, that's my mom. And apparently CJ's mind was blown. But
well, sure.
What are the odds? This is in the middle of nowhere. Wichita Falls, Texas is not a big place. And it's not anywhere near here.
Did CJ ask for some verification of this? Because I would have. I would have said,
right.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's your mom. Yeah.
I don't know if maybe he did. Maybe Festus showed him a picture of us.
I would have said, you want me to call her right now?
I'll call her. But seriously, what are the chances?
I know.
The odds are better because he was at the epicenter of that town, at the Applebee's. That's where everybody gathers. So
that's true.
The number of people, but the odds are increased, but still very high odds.
I'm suspicious of this story for one.
Why?
One reason. That CJ said he was from Evanston. He's from Evanston?
Evanston?
If he was...
I know there's an Evanston, Wyoming.
He needs to pronounce it right.
But he used to have to crawl out onto his roof to get
we
reception good. Well, I just thought it was worth pointing out again. That's, he could have listened to any old radio station in Evanston, Wyoming that didn't require.
There isn't one in Evanston. Now, now here's the other question. Did he say, oh, my God, your meal is on me. I'm buying. Or did he give him a free dessert, a slice of pie, anything? I'll give you a free refill on your drink.
I don't think so.
Nothing, huh?
Don't
Nothing.
think so.
If it was that important to him, and he really is from Evanston.
How would anybody in Wichita Falls, Texas even know there's a place called Evanston, Wyoming if you weren't there?
How does anybody in Utah know there's a place called Wichita Falls?
I didn't know until Festus called me last night. I didn't know about Wichita Falls, Texas.
I've always wanted to go there and see the falls.
Well, I think we should go there. We need to go Radio from Hell road trip to Applebee's.
No. That's all right. You two can go.
I'm not going.
You don't want to go see CJ?
No. I've been through Texas. I don't want to go through Texas again.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid it.
I'm done with Texas.
But CJ's there. He's a big fan.
Well, tell him
back.
Tell him we said hey, and he can email us. We have the internet.
But
I don't know. Does Wichita Falls have the internet? It might
not.
Know.
I would say that it's a step up for CJ, though. No. Step up from Evanston to the Applebee's at Wichita Falls.
Norm. Spell it with me now. N-O-R-M. And now we'll use it in some dialogue as our two Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Today the boys are standing outside the ward house, chatting with a new ward member who has just moved in from out of state. Again, the word is Norm.
Well, Brother Jensen, it's nice to have you in the ward. Where do you come from?
Yeah, what ward was you in and where?
I'm from a ward in Anaheim, California.
Well, we kind of spotted you as a Californian.
Yeah.
You may have noticed that not many of our ward members wear Hawaiian shirts to church.
Nor do many of the male members of this ward have pierced ears either, Elder Jensen.
Yeah, I'm hip. I felt like the brother from another planet in there. Thank goodness I wore shoes.
Well, why didn't you bring Mrs. Jensen and the little Jensens to church today? Maybe they haven't moved up here with you yet.
Or if they are here, I hope they're not sick.
Oh, no, I'm not married.
Oh, a Californian and a bachelor too, huh?
Hey, is Anaheim anywhere near San Francisco?
No, it's not. Anaheim is the city that Disneyland is in.
Oh, that's right. Disneyland. That's that big amusement park with Mickey Mouse and stuff, ain't it? We never been to Disneyland.
We've been to Lagoon. That's an amusement park. It's good enough for us.
You ain't gonna wear any of them mouse ears to church, are you?
No, I don't think so. I don't imagine I'll be wearing this Hawaiian shirt again either.
So, what did you do for a living down there in Anaheim?
Well, I was and still am a tax accountant, and because you fellows have been so nice, I'd be happy to offer you some tax advice for free.
I don't pay taxes. I don't have an income, so I don't pay no taxes.
And I have a fellow that does my taxes, Norm.
Oh, what's Norm's last name? Is he in this ward? I'd kind of like to meet him.
No, his name's not Norm. His name's Evan. Evan Christiansen. Why did you think his name was Norm?
You said your accountant's Norm.
No, he said his accountant was Norm. It's a city near Provo, Utah. Orm! That's where this Evan guy is. Norm!
Oh, sorry.
Sure. We'll see you next Sunday, Brother Jensen. You should save that shirt you're wearing, too. I'm sure we'll have some kind of luau night in the cultural hall this spring sometime.
Yeah, we all get a little crazy that night.
Mother, because on this day
in 1968, it's not Ben. Oh, sorry, Riley. I'll let you out in a second. It's not Ben Folds' birthday.
That's Riley is celebrating Ben Folds' birthday.
If only your daughter was home from school and could help let the dog out.
No, she went to school. Robert Sledge, the bassist for Ben Folds 5. It's his birthday. I'll be right back.
Nobody else in the house could help out there. It's she has to run the thing by herself.
Again, that's Ben Folds 5. Army is the song. I like that.
Yeah,
there's a line. There's a line in there. A line in that song that is just it just cements just about everything about me.
What is
my
it?
My redneck past keeps nipping at my heels. I love that line.
I've known you a long time, Carrie Jackson, and I've told you this before. You've come a very long way.
But it's still, yes, I have, but it still pops up every now and then.
Which is okay.
Yeah.
Because it's who you are.
There's no escaping it.
It's who you are. It's, I was reading an article yesterday about personality, what your personality is. And some people maintain, say your personality is basically formed by your parents. And some people say your personality is a result of your genes, inheritance, that sort of thing. They're saying probably not so. None of that. You are born with who you are. You are born who you are.
I would say that because, I look at my kids, they're all very, very different, and they've had the same growing up and the same. They came that way. They were that way when they were babies. And
You know that people say, your personality, it's totally shaped by how your parents are. Not so much.
Maybe your traumas, but not your,
can
not your
affect how you
personality
behave.
so much.
Yeah, I mean, it might. And then the thrust of this article in the Atlantic was, she said this woman wanted to change. The writer wanted to change her personality, and people say you can't do that.
From
And
what to what? I'm wondering.
Well, she wanted to be less negative and a more outgoing, gregarious person. So she said, I have the tendency to not be that. I have the tendency to, be inward and not seek out new experiences and not be outgoing and gregarious. And I'm very negative. And I wanted to change that. So she did all this research and took classes and stuff about, and you can change your personality a little bit. It's not particularly easy, but you can do it.
It's probably really hard, and you probably have to be way more conscious of how you behave. Like, okay, normally I would do this in this situation, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to...
It's the old saying, you have to want to change before you'll change.
It's therapy.
And Carrie, we started this out with talking about your redneck past nipping at your heels. And this is just me observing, and I can be wrong, but I've observed you over the years. At some point, you wanted to change your...
Oh, yeah.
You wanted to change how your past influenced your behavior.
Oh, yeah. It was a conscious decision. I mean, otherwise I'd be, still in Utah County, probably.
Getting girls pregnant.
Yeah, things like that.
Yeah.
That's all there is to do there is get girls pregnant.
That was close.
Yeah.
Now I'm trying to read on these are Sue's adoption papers.
Oh,
your wife's adoption papers.
Yeah. Now she was adopted by a family here in America when she was 5, and she says her adoption papers describe her exactly.
She
really? What do they say? I'm interested.
That's what I'm trying to let people know that don't know. She was born in South Korea.
Let's see. She takes a meal with gusto, using a spoon and chopsticks. I don't know if this is the part that she wants me to read, but she sent me the whole thing.
This is a 5-year-old description of a 5-year-old.
Yes. After taking a meal, she takes care of her empty vessel. I'm guessing bowl.
Yeah.
She has all kinds of food will. I guess that means willing to eat.
She likes a lot of different things.
She is easy to get acquainted with a new one.
So she's not shy.
Boy, she's sending me 2 pages, hon. I don't have time to go through
That's really
all
cool,
these.
though.
I think that's interesting.
Fun to go through that.
And she's listening to us talk about this and going, here's an example.
Yeah. She is easy to get acquainted with a new one. She can write her name and count up to 10.
She can do those things still.
Yeah, she does it.
It sounds just like her.
Let's see. Well, there is one sentence, and I'm trying to find it. There's one sentence that she says is the one that describes her to this day, and I'm trying to find it.
I would assume she's come to the conclusion from reading this that she is still basically the same person she was when she was 5.
Yeah, that's what she is saying. She looks very cute. Oh, definitely.
Yes.
And dimples whenever she smiles, definitely.
Yes. Yeah.
She is talkative and social with her friends. I hope she will be adopted by a nice and happy family.
That's
right. Okay, I'll find the sentence in there during the break. We'll figure this out. But we do have a boner fight on the way. Stand by for that. And also Chris Van Oker, News Vulcan Chris Van Oker will be here to talk to us about a book he has written. Stand by for that. The International Sportsman's Expo.
Yes, indeed. Discover your next adventure at the International Sportsman's Expo. This is a big, big show. It's at the Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy, and it's March 17th through the 20th. And then I'll be there on, I believe it's the 17th. Is that the Friday? I'll be there at 11 a.m. on that Friday, and we'll have all kinds of stuff to give away. And the International Sportsman's Expo will have a lot of things to give away as well. If you fish, if you hunt, if you like to go camping and hiking, this is the show for you, the International Sportsman's Expo. There will be experts there, pros, to show you how to... You ever wanted to know about fish finders? I'm telling you, they'll have them there. They'll have boats. They'll have all kinds of fishing gear. So the International Sportsman's Expo, for more information and event details, visit sportsexpos.com.
Hello there, kiddies. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. And since this is tax season, I knew you'd be dying to hear another tale from the big ledger. Today's story is about a young working woman who has some rather unusual ideas about filing her taxes. Let's have a listen, shall we?
Come on in, Miss Trixie, isn't it?
Whatever you want it to be, Sugar.
I was finalizing your return, and I came across some items which the IRS might have some questions about.
Well, I filled out the forms the best I could. What more do you need to know?
You've listed your occupation here as working girl. Well, we all work. Could you be a little more specific?
Well, I thought it seemed a bit more polite than prostitute. I suppose you could change it to hooker, streetwalker, hoe, escort, chicken rancher, whichever's more correct.
Chicken rancher?
Well, I'm pretty good at raising cows.
No! I think that escort might not flag it on it. We'll go with that.
Okay.
Now, you've listed $8,000 in advertising expenses. This seems a bit excessive.
Well, in my business, you can't make any money if you don't get noticed. So I got these. 38 double Ds. What do you think?
They are very nice. You could put those away now. But advertising?
Well, they sure stop traffic.
Well, why don't we list them as capital assets? Then you can depreciate them over time.
Okay.
What about this $25,000 for office improvements? Didn't you say you were a prostitute? What office?
Well, I had to have a new lamp post put in. You know, the old one did a lousy job of showing off my new capital assets.
We'll come back to that. $12,000 in office supplies?
Condoms.
Oh, well, that offers all the questions I have. Do you realize, Miss Trixie, that you could increase the amount of your return if you had your pimp set up a 401k plan for you?
Hey, that's a great idea.
There you have it, creeps. Another great tale from our ledger. Our working girl sure seems to know the tricks of the trade. Remember, keep good records, or you'll end up paying the IRS to screw you.
That's a damn lie.
You know, I left that on that drop just for you, Gina.
Why would you be upset about that?
They're an adorable, wonderful couple.
That doesn't mean they slid. just because they sleep in separate rooms, and they may have said that in an interview, does not mean they're not adorable and have sex and babies and are they just prefer sleeping in separate rooms.
Mhm.
That's all. But you jump to the conclusion somebody's
Gina,
trying to defame
Gina,
them.
that drop and another drop that I've got coming up later this week. Again, there's no punchline to them. I left them there just for you. Because I know that there's, let's see, where is that one?
You knew that'd stir her up, didn't you?
There's one coming up on Friday. Yeah,
Okay.
there's one coming up on Friday that I know you're going to have a problem with, and we'll start shouting. Because again, there's no ending, there's no punchline there. It's
Don't
just
tell
a
me.
setup. Yeah, it's just a setup to make you go, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Of course, if they sleep in separate rooms, that means there's trouble in paradise.
Well,
all right. Let's see, 9:21. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 6 or 7 minutes.
oh, and I have a prize for a random boner fight voter. I have tickets to Alice in Chains and Breaking Benjamin coming to USANA Amphitheater on August 29th.
All right.
I've got a little bit of problem here with
what's the matter?
With the news aggregator that I have.
Oh,
It
having
keeps
a technical
crashing.
issue?
Yeah, it keeps crashing. But let me see.
Well, Bill, maybe instead of doing the news, you should go to ski at Snow Basin Resort. You can get a discount up to $20 when you buy your lift tickets online at snowbasin.com.
You know, Gina, by saying that would indicate to me that you want me to leave right now and go skiing. Because that's the only conclusion that I can draw from that statement.
Is it really, you really don't have it? Oh, you do have some. Okay.
I didn't say I didn't have some. Okay. I said I'm having a problem with this, but I will try to bring you some information here.
Okay.
That's what I said. Okay. Listen.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Renee Zellweger making the rounds to promote her new television show.
Mm-hmm.
And people are saying, well, she looks like a brand new woman. Now, she's not been a stranger to plastic surgery in the past, apparently. I don't know. I don't make these determinations exactly. I'm just relaying the evidence.
Gina, that's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, that is
yes,
correct.
that's what I thought.
The 52-year-old Bridget Jones' Diary star sat down with Jimmy Fallon on Monday to chat about her new show, The Thing About Pam. In the series, Zellweger plays real-life killer Pam Hupp, that's H-U-P-P, Hupp, who is currently serving a life sentence for murdering a woman named Lois Gumpenberger. To get the role, the actress had to sit in the makeup chair for 4 hours and even donned a fat suit on Fallon. Ms. Zellweger herself looked a little bit different than she has in past years. Her skin...
Her face?
Well, yeah. Apparently, her skin was stretched so tight that she was having trouble moving her mouth.
Mm-hmm.
That's bad when you get that much plastic surgery.
Now, I've seen some. She's obviously had some plastic surgery over the years, and there's a picture of before and after, and she looks great.
Yeah,
in the after.
You need to just do a little bit at a time, and know when to stop.
Dr. Obed Chaudhry says Renee's cheeks looked fuller and her jawline was more defined. She likely received a fat transfer to the face with a neck lift and buccal fat removal, which helps to accentuate the curves of the lower face and cheek. Renee looks great. Renee has always been known for her unique facial features. And that's true. She has kind of interesting eyes. She has small eyes, and they're kind of hooded. And that gives her a really exotic look, I think. But she says it appears she's had a bit of an eye lift, and it's an easy procedure, said the doctor. And she said she has changed quite a bit, but she still looks great. So if you're going to have plastic surgery, use Renee Zellweger as a model. That's all I can say. Representative Mary Elizabeth Coleman, Republican in Missouri, the Show Me state, has apparently, she is an anti-abortionist, and she's a lawmaker, and she is apparently trying to pass some legislation in Missouri that would make it a crime to have if you are an abortion, if you're a Missouri resident, to leave the state and have an abortion.
How would they know if you did?
Well, people will rat you out, A. But, secondly, you know why this won't pass is because the rich people of this state will not have that. They still want the ability.
There was a story yesterday, and I didn't get to it, but the restrictive abortion laws in Texas, and as they have done studies and collected data, they have found that the abortion rate, even with the people who wanted abortions got them.
If you can afford to.
The percentage did not go down, even though the laws are very restrictive. There is the president of the Senate. His name is Stuart Adams, the Senate here in Utah, says that Governor Cox should not veto the Utah legislature's controversial bill banning transgender girls from competing in high school sports because he expects the ban to be overturned anyway. If it's overturned and if the governor allows the bill to become law, then the commission that lawmakers tried to negotiate with LGBTQ advocates and other stakeholders would be created, Adams said. So it's this kind of roundabout, backwards nonsense that the legislature is trying to do. If you want to know all about it, read Robert Gerke's column in the Salt Lake Tribune today about the backroom maneuverings that went on around this issue.
Have an air sickness bag next to you when you read it, because it will make you sick.
And there's nothing that is factually untrue in his story, and I think you'll find that it's full of duplicity and lying, which probably is the same thing. So you remember the pig heart guy?
Yes.
A guy who had a pig's heart transplanted into his body because he had severe heart disease and his heart was giving out. I think this happened in January. He has died. David Bennett Sr. had received the heart from a genetically modified pig, a procedure that may yet offer hope to millions of Americans needing transplants. He died Tuesday afternoon at University of Maryland Medical Center, 2 months after the transplant surgery. I don't think
We're not really sure what happened.
I don't think he ever left the hospital. It's unclear whether his body rejected the heart or, they say there's no obvious cause for. Usually they could say, that his body just wouldn't tolerate it, and finally but they say that wasn't the case. They won't comment further on the cause of death yet because his physicians need to conduct a thorough examination. Let's see here. Border Patrol authorities in California, down in San Diego, there was a guy who was trying to come across the border and something was kind of suspicious about him.
Yeah.
They said, and so the Border Patrol pulled him over and said, let's look at you. He had 52 live snakes concealed in his body. Yeah, concealed on his body. 52 reptiles tied up in small bags that were concealed in his jacket, his pants pockets, and in his groin area.
Yeah.
and he only put them in the groin area because it felt good. All right, that's it.
There you go.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here we go.
Let's go.
The winner from round one going up against number 2 from the 8 o'clock hour. But the first one, the 7 o'clock hour, is lie back and enjoy it. a Michigan candidate for the state legislature saying in a meeting, if he's told his daughters if they're being raped and they can't do anything about it, just lay back and enjoy it.
And his daughters have all commented,
Yes,
not even on this specifically, just saying, my dad's running for office, nobody vote for him, he's a horrible person.
Please don't vote for my dad.
All three of his kids.
Yeah.
All three of his daughters. Yeah.
And that's going up against Lauren Boebert, who has once again made a fool of herself by saying the government's tax policies and Biden's tax policies are like, they're like Prince John from, Prince John.
She doesn't know.
Whatever she's talking about.
She is.
She's boner candidate number 2.
She thinks that being a meme generator is her job.
Yep.
She thinks she doesn't realize what she's doing. All right, so there you go. This is a boner fight. You've got to determine, of these two candidates, which one is the worst? Which one should be boner of the day for today? 1 or 2? Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. One way to vote. Another is to call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Fight March 9, 2022, and vote there. Chances are you won't see that box right away, so let the page load, then refresh your internet browser. It'll appear. You can click and vote there. You have until the end of these messages. This is Boner of the Day.
Non-stop music.
I think I'm going to have a guy with a gun come and sit out in my backyard and kill raccoons.
You tried to do it the nice way for how many years have you been trying to do it the nice way?
And what we do now is we remember to lock the cat door at night. So the cats can't get in or out, and neither can the raccoons.
Look, I told you what you have to
Last night, we're in the house. Forgot to lock the cat door. It was 8 o'clock. My wife starts downstairs. There's a raccoon sitting on the basement floor going, what's up? Okay, I guess I'll leave now then. Off he goes, just makes a mess out of it.
Flipped a little raccoon birdie. And
yeah, they do. They like flip her off. I've not seen them in that regard. She has a couple of times, but I go down. She goes, "Oh my God!" and there are those little footprints in the water all over the basement floor.
I tell you what you need to do. You need to find someone who has a big dog and rent it.
Yeah.
And tie them up with a long leash out back so they can cover the entire backyard. And I'm telling you, after a week, those raccoons will send out a message through the Raccoon Network. This place is no longer safe, and we can't come here
I'd
anymore.
rent you Sadie Girl, but I don't think
no.
she'd help.
No, you need a real dog.
Can't I just come in?
I would go get those raccoons, but it's on the tile. I can't go. There's tile in the basement.
It's just a pain to have to remember to lock the damn cat door at night.
I'm telling you, you borrow a good dog for a week.
Work.
And they'll do it. I can't loan you my friend Van's dog, Chase, who killed my raccoon, because he is an escape artist when it comes to leashes and collars.
So
he'd get
leave him out there.
Yeah, he is an escape artist. There's just no way.
I don't know, though. I guess maybe I could put up with it for a week, but I'm not particularly a dog person. I'm going to have a dog barking in my backyard.
Well, just borrowing it for a week, and the raccoons will be gone. So you just look at it that way.
Or you need to go to the next Mountain Man Rendezvous.
Get a guy with a gun.
And there'll be a guy there.
You want a new coonskin cap? Come to my house. Kill yourself a hat. Daniel.
All right, I get to keep them, though.
Yes, you keep whatever
you bet.
I get to keep the whole thing? You don't want any of the meat, do you?
No. Just kill yourself a hat and take the meat.
Let me see if I understand this. I get to camp out in your backyard for a week.
Yeah.
I get to keep the meat and the skin and the hide.
Except I want the tail for my antenna.
No, that ain't no good. That ain't no good. See, that's the most valuable part.
Okay, you can have the tail.
I need the whole
You can
animal.
have it. You can have it.
So you're telling me I get to keep every coon I kill.
Yeah.
I get to keep.
Yeah.
You got it. I'll be there.
Could I have one tail for for the Prius?
I'm sorry. No. That's award boner of the day.
And that's brought to you in part by oven-roasted pork tenderloin and asparagus with goat cheese and a balsamic reduction.
And Tim Daly has new arrivals daily, pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think Forever Warranty, think Tim Daly.
Okay.
No contest.
Really?
As it should be. At least if it turned out the way I want it to.
Uh-huh. Well, Gina.
Yeah?
Kyle won Alice in Chains tickets.
Okay.
And Gina...
Do not tell me Lauren Boebert beat out Horrible Father.
Gina, I'm sorry to report that you are right.
Oh.
The Horrible Father wins. Boner candidate number 1.
You got all three of your daughters saying, don't vote for Dad. That's something. But you did vote for Dad for Boner of the Day for today, March 9, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Let's get the news Vulcan on the phone here.
It's our old friend Chris Van Oker. Good morning, Mr. Van Oker.
That was a tough contest today. Could have gone many different directions.
Well, no, only actually that. I think it was the only one that could have won. Chris, I'm going to read just this opening couple of lines in the City Weekly, and written by you.
Okay.
My father, Sander Van Oker, was one of America's most respected political reporters. He covered every major story and politician of the 1960s. I remember your father, seeing him on TV when I was a youngster, a young man, and he was great. He was a great reporter, and I was so pleased to, when I met you years ago, and I was dumb enough or smart enough to say, hey, you're a reporter. Was your dad Sander Van Oker? And yes, he was. You've written a book about your father. Tell us about it.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on. You guys get the first interview about the book.
Excellent. Exclusive.
And
Yeah,
big shout out to City Weekly and John Saltis for publishing the excerpt. It's still up online, and I think for the next day, maybe till tomorrow, you can get a hard copy. The story of the book is about 5 or 6 years ago, I was visiting my folks in California. Dad was still alive then, probably in his mid to late 80s. And my stepmother said to me one day, we really need to kind of organize his study and donate some of it. He's not really up to it. Would you mind doing it? And I said, absolutely. And I spent a couple weeks going through his study, and bless him, he never threw anything away.
Wow.
I even found his car insurance from 1963.
Wow.
It was surprisingly affordable back then.
Yes.
Anyway, it wasn't long before, I found all these documents, his TV and radio scripts, his newspaper and magazine articles he wrote, and some about him, and his correspondence, his letters, and these amazing photos of him with all the Kennedys and with different presidents and celebrities. And it quickly dawned on me that this would be a pretty good story to tell.
Yeah.
And so I kind of hammered away at it for a few years, and it was really pretty bad. Because I started off trying to write a traditional biography, starting the early years, yada, yada, and it was awful. I wouldn't even read it. And then some of my smart friends said, on a much smaller scale, but still interesting, you've had a pretty fascinating career in life, too. Why don't you kind of weave that into the story?
Oh, good.
And after that, everything sort of clicked. And then I like to say, or I don't like to say, the only good thing that came out of the pandemic was I really had no excuses not to write it anymore.
Yeah.
So your father, Sander Van Oker, never wrote a biography or an autobiography?
Good question. That's actually in the book. He tried a few times and didn't really work. And as I say in the book, I think his intelligence was so high and his drive was so high that he always wanted to go on to the next story. So I think about the time he would have written it, he just couldn't get it done. He would start, it didn't work, then he'd be distracted by another story. Well, he still kept pretty busy and just never got it done.
Yeah.
So this was kind of my final gift to him. I wrote the book that I wanted him to write.
How did your father, where was he from, and how did he become a journalist?
That's one of the chapters, I think it's called Forever Lost to the Law. He grew up in the Midwest, did very well in school, won a lot of debate contests and things like that, won a scholarship to the London School of Economics. And his roommate happened to be, Bill, you might remember this guy, Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan from New York.
Yeah. Gina's
they were actually roommates. They were roommates back in England.
Oh, really?
Oh. Yeah. And one day my dad read an article about foreign relations, ironically about the relationship between the U.S. and Russia. And he didn't like what the author had written, so he wrote a letter in response. They published it the next week, took him to a fancy lunch to say thank you to Savoy, paid him X amount of pounds. And Dad always said the minute he saw his byline, his name in print, he was forever lost to the law. And he had a scholarship, a law scholarship waiting for him at Northwestern.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Chris, we have to take a break here. Can we hold Chris over if he can do it?
Sure.
We have to take a break and get some messages in. Can you stay on with us?
For you guys, the world.
All right. Thank you, Chris. All right.
We'll be back
will
with Chris.
Take a break and be back after these. X96.
Rejected a warning by top Arizona utility officials that Arizona's going to cut off power to L.A.
Yeah, this could be a boner.
To Los Angeles, if the city proceeds with its boycott of all things Arizona. The mayor, on Wednesday, defiantly rejected a warning by top Arizona utilities officials that the state could cut off power to Los Angeles should the city proceed with its boycott. Spokesman Dave Beltran told Fox News that the message didn't even warrant a response. We're not going to respond to threats from a state that has isolated itself from America that values freedom, liberty, and basic human rights, Beltran said. That was after Gary Pierce, a commissioner of the five-member Arizona Corporation Commission, wrote a letter to Villagarosa, I can't say his name. It's Villaragosa.
Just mangle it.
Slamming his city council's decision to boycott the Grand Canyon state in protest of its immigration law by suspending official travel there and ending future contracts with state businesses. Noting that a quarter of Los Angeles' electricity comes from Arizona power plants, Pierce threatened to pull the plug if the city council does not reconsider. Doggone it! If you're going to boycott this candy store, then don't come in for any of it, Pierce told Fox News. Well, I'm sure that they'll do that. I am sure that Arizona, as a matter of fact, if I were California, I'd say, go ahead. Go ahead.
Shut it off.
Go ahead. Put up or shut up.
You already look bad, Arizona. Do that and look worse.
They're not going to do it, is the point.
No.
They would never do it. They can't do it. We're going to cut off your power. Uh-huh. Okay, fine. Do it.
Chris Van Oker's on the phone.
We're back with Chris. Chris Van Oker. A lot of you will remember him from his many years reporting on television at Channel 4. And I think you started out at Channel 2, didn't you, Chris?
I was at Channel 2, correct.
Yeah. So Chris Van Oker's written a book about his father, who was an acclaimed journalist, Sander Van Oker. And your father got on to Richard M. Nixon's enemies list.
Cool.
Can you talk about, tell us about what the enemies list was and why your dad was on it?
That's actually a very nice segue from the little clip of the enemies list we just listened to.
Yeah.
So for Dad, Nixon, President Richard Nixon, disgraced President Richard Nixon, was kind of Dad's, I put this in the earlier version of the book and it didn't make it, but he was kind of Dad's Voldemort, kind of the arch enemy. And he first pissed off Nixon in the 1960 debate, the very first presidential debate between John F. Kennedy and Nixon. Dad asked Nixon a really tough question about experience, which Nixon would later say was an insignificant question which would plague him for the rest of his career. So that started things off, and then Nixon apparently didn't like Dad's coverage of the Vietnam War. One thing I learned about going through Dad's papers was I thought my dad came out against the war later, but he was actually had some real doubts about it going back to 63.
Early on.
So anyway, long story short, he ended up on Nixon's original enemies list, about 200 people, politicians, media, news types. And I write in the book a little bit about how difficult that was for my dad, and how that hurt his career for several years. And I also talk just a little bit about how we were convinced our phone was tapped because we kept hearing weird clicks and sounds on the other end.
It probably was.
I'm sure it was, yeah.
It hurt his career. Why, Chris? Explain
Well, Nixon and his White House cronies, and I found this in some memos my dad had kept, White House memos, there was a very deliberate and orchestrated campaign to smear my dad about, how left-wing he was, about how much money he earned more than these amount of people. And this is when, at the time, he was with PBS, which was government-funded. And that kind of led to Dad having to leave PBS or wanting to leave PBS. And he couldn't get a TV job for 2 or 3 years. I think the chapter in the book is called Dad's Wilderness Years.
So it's a biography of your father's. And is it a biography or a memoir or both?
It's actually both. I think it's about 75% biography about my dad, and then about 25% about me. I talk about the similarities in our life and career. And I also talk about some of my own reporting here. There's a chapter or two about the Olympic scandal, and there are a few tidbits in there about how I got that story and what it was like breaking that.
I don't know if we've actually mentioned the name of the book. What's it called?
It's got a lot of alliteration. It's Sanders' Study, A Son's Story, and it's available now in paperback and ebook. As I mentioned during the break, it's kind of an obscure website. People are going to have to hunt for it, but it's on Amazon.com.
Wait, let me write that down.
I've heard of that. We'll look it up.
I was not familiar with it. And there are also a few, just a couple left, signed copies at Weller Bookstore. And I may be doing a author talk at Weller's in the next couple weeks.
Weller's Bookworks over in Trolley Square. And
exactly.
It's called Sanders' Study, SANDER '(S) Study, a son's what? A son's story. Oh yeah.
Lots of S's, Bill. Just keep saying S's.
A lot of S's.
One S.
Oh, is that Snake Sander Van Oker?
Sander. Well, Chris, congratulations on finishing it. I know it was difficult in a lot of ways, but it was probably really gratifying to go through and and look at the life of a man that you obviously loved and admired.
Well, Bill, once again, you said it much better than I could.
Cement Dave texting, while talking about Chris Van Oker's accomplishments, don't forget the greatest one, the Van Oker salad at Tony Caputo's.
I didn't know you had a salad named
You still
after
have, you have a salad? Oh.
I think it's no longer there, but it had a good run. Had a lot of needy people, including me.
I'm going down there today for lunch and demanding the Van Oker salad. I'm going to start it up again.
Well, stop by. I now live geography-wise. I'm exactly halfway between you and Caputo's.
Okay. All
So
right.
we'll stop by occasionally and say hi. Chris Van Oker, we hope to see you back reporting at some point. That'd be nice. I don't know if you have any plans to do that, but we'd love to see you again having at it. Although I guess once you've done it, it may be kind of like, oh, do I really want to go through all that trouble?
Especially these days.
Yeah.
No, I talked in the book about hanging up the reporting spurs.
Oh, well, there you go. Chris Van Oker, thanks a lot. I'll be looking forward to reading the book. I'll go to, what was it again? Amazon, like the river, right?
Yes.
Okay, Amazon.com.
I think it's actually now bigger than the river.
Yeah, probably. Sanders study, A Son's Story. Thanks, Chris.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
Just write S on your hand and you'll find it.
I will.
Yes.
Okay. See you later.
Hey,
Thanks,
much
Chris.
love. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. You're close in the neighborhood, Chris. You can stop by anytime you want.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's do the promo and crawl towards the exit, shall we?
Okay.
Coming up on Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
At 6:45, it's Geek News on the radio with Carrie, and right after that, it's Beat Me. Well, it's Beat Gina is the name of it.
Plus, the bold listener that thinks they can beat Gina could win a Radio from Hell coffee mug, and that might include some concert tickets.
And as always, Sean Means will be back at 8 a.m. with his movie reviews.
So join us for all of that and more. Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96. All right. Let's see if we've forgotten anything. Well, let's see. There's the 52 reptiles in the guy's clothing. We got that. Let's see.
He had a bag of snakes in his groin, Carrie.
Has the final episode of Pam and Tommy unrolled?
That's today. It drops today.
Okay, so there's that.
It's wildly entertaining.
Let's see. MC5 is back.
Really?
An 8-date tour in May.
Are they? Are any of them alive?
Apparently.
I guess.
All right. That's good enough, I'd say. I think we got all the business taken care of, didn't we? All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
No more flip-flops for Neon Dion.
Corey is next.